Sherry's stopping me. What's going on?
We got to go backwards. Casey, he's in the background, but Casey, come on back up and let's start it all.
Oh, I think we missed the live part. All right.
Yes. There we go. All right.
That's all right. Hey, now we're warmed up. It's all good.
I was wondering, like, why can't AI handle this too? You know, a brand new technology. I just wanted to do it all for me, but I think so. We are live now. I appreciate everyone being here. I see that we have a lot of people already joining, 45, 50 people. They're all coming in. So let me kind of like reverse. And now I'm going to give you a Cliff's Notes version of the intro that I just gave about Jonathan, who's our first speaker. Jonathan and I have been known each other as colleagues for the past 4 or 5 months, but I've been following him for the past probably a year and kind of following a lot of his content. And, you know, there's one way that you can kind of really determine how well someone knows a particular subject. And it's not so much by how much they say they know it, but how easily they can explain it, how simple they can break down the AI concepts into understandable chunks. And Jonathan has done a fantastic job, at least, you know, coaching me and then consulting with me. And he really breaks down AI in a way that is understandable. And I really appreciate him joining us today. Jonathan Mast, thank you for coming on stage. I appreciate it. Do it again. Let's just get into it. Welcome.
Thank you, Casey. I really appreciate it. That's an awesome invitation, and appreciate the warm welcome. All right, so for those of you that missed it, we were actually thought we were live for about 5 minutes there, so that's why we're doing a little bit of refix here. But welcome. We're really thrilled to have you. I want to jump in today and really talk to you guys about practical applications for AI. And do that. And Casey, in just a minute here, is going to go ahead and share my presentation. There we are, and I'll walk you through that. I want to encourage you as we go through this, if you have questions, I'm expecting we'll have a few minutes at the end of my presentation to answer questions. If you would, throw them in the comments, and I'll do my best to go ahead and catch those. If you would, though, because we've got comments coming in, if you would just begin your comment with the word question, and then I can make sure that as I'm looking through, I can find that really easily. That would be absolutely amazing. We'll take all the time that we have available to go ahead and answer any questions that you've got. Casey and I were talking just beforehand about trying to be very practical about this. I just was down in Cancun, Mexico, speaking at the Commitment Summit, and it was really amazing. The summit was all about AI, and we had a number of amazing speakers, but a lot of the talk was about possibilities and theory and where we were going. And I tend to focus on more practical aspects, like Casey had mentioned. And my goal today is to do that as well, to really give you guys some practical, actionable insights that we can take a look at. I want to encourage you before I dive in. Casey and Sherry have set up just an amazing list of speakers today. I believe Jordan's on right after me, and then a little bit later, Frank, and then obviously you're going to hear from Casey and Sherry as well. Make sure you stick around. There's some amazing insights for you here. And while I know this is designed for real estate, even if you're not in real estate, trust me, you're going to pick up some amazing nuggets here that'll really, really be valuable to you. So do that. I'm going to skip around on me. You guys don't really care much about me. You can decide whether you like me as I listen. I do want to offer you one thing, though. At the end of this, I'm going to share a link. If you are getting excited about AI and you want to learn more, I run a free Facebook group. And we've got, as of this weekend, over 150,000 entrepreneurs in there. And it's a great free resource if you want to learn about prompting and how to use AI within your business. So we'll give you a link to that here in just a little bit. Let's dive right in, though, and let's talk about AI. Why? How do I use it as a real estate agency? What do I do? And there's a lot of things it can do. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, folks. But imagine data analysis and analytics. That sounds like a big phrase, but have you ever gotten some large government report, maybe something from the real estate board that you wanted to read, and maybe it was something short, like 10 pages, and that's longer than I want to read with ADD, but maybe it was massive. Maybe it was hundreds of pages. Now, whether that's a PDF or a spreadsheet or a Word doc or anything, we can upload those documents directly to AI. AI can summarize it for us. It can look at it. And here's the really cool part. Imagine, for example, if we had a PDF report from a local agency talking about the growth in the area and what was going to happen in the real estate market and trends and lots of data. Imagine being able to go in and actually ask questions about that report and having AI spit out answers to you just like that. Literally within seconds, even on 100-page documents, you can ask questions and literally almost carry on a conversation with that document. Makes it so much easier, so much easier. We all know that in real estate and sales, marketing personalization is critical. We need to cater our messages to our market. And it's better the more specific we can be. And AI is a great tool for marketing. It's an amazing tool to help you personalize what you're doing and making sure that your messages really resonate with the audience you want to go after. Part of that fits into audience segmentation, the ability to segment your market. I'm in my 50s and we're in the downsizing mode. So we're actually getting rid of the big house and into a smaller house. And actually, in my case, moving down south where it's a little bit warmer, moving from Michigan down to the Gulf Coast of Alabama. But as I'm selling my home, we have specific needs in the new home we've bought. But we also have people that are buying our home that are upsizing. In other words, they're growing their family and they want a bigger house and they need more things. Those are different markets. We have different needs, and appealing to both of us is important, but it's different. And AI can help you do that segmentation and make sure that your messages, again, are resonating with your audience. We can do predictive analytics. We talked about reviewing those reports. What about taking all the data in one of those reports and extrapolating that and say, based upon this data, what can we expect over the next year, 2 years, or 3 years to happen in the marketplace, and being able to have a knowledgeable perspective on that? AI is fantastic at streamlining workflows. Guys, if you're trying to write SOPs or anything like that, it is absolutely amazing. I'm telling you, if you can't save, I always use the phrase 63 minutes a day with AI, then something's wrong. Literally, I save hours every single day because I'm using AI to help automate things and to streamline my workflows. Sometimes it doesn't involve any programming whatsoever, so don't worry, it's easy, but I can use it to help me do things that used to take forever. I'll give you one example. How many of you have ever had to write an email to a client or to a prospect, and you knew the way you worded it was really going to be important? And so you slave over it, you ponder over it, and sometimes minutes, sometimes tens of minutes, sometimes even hours go by as you're trying to figure out how to say this just right. Imagine instead that you take the email response, or the message you got from your client, you paste it into ChatGPT, Google Gemini, Claude, whatever you're interested in. We'll talk about the models here in a minute. And you tell it, my goal is to write an email that says the following, and have it craft probably an almost perfect email in seconds that takes you just minutes to edit and do. We'll talk more about content marketing down the road and even more. There's so much that it can do. Here's just a couple of additional ideas. Again, we talked about content generation. You've probably all thought about it for writing real estate descriptions and things like that. Ideation. I love to use AI to brainstorm. It is so cool to be able to brainstorm and be able to help me do that. You can create images and visuals with it. You can even do A/B testing. Maybe you're trying to figure out which of your marketing messages make sense. Imagine creating 2, 3, even 10 and trying different ones to see which one gets the best results. Keyword strategies, developing personas for your customers that we talked about, ads optimization, and there's so much more. But with all the good things it does, there are a few pitfalls we need to be paying attention to as well. First and foremost, AI does something we refer to in the industry as hallucinating. You may go, Jonathan, what do you mean? What's that mean? Well, I didn't grow up in the 70s. Well, I did when I was super young, but I didn't experience the 70s very much. But we may remember some drug-induced hallucinations, or at least seen that in the movies. And AI sometimes just makes stuff up. So it's really important that we proofread. But it's also important that you understand why it does that, because as we're getting ready to fact check, it's important to understand, why is AI wrong sometimes? Let me ask you a simple question. Have you ever read a news story that you maybe knew the facts about and you're going, they missed it. That wasn't right. That wasn't accurate. Or have you ever heard a speech that maybe somebody gave and you go, that's not true? AI was trained on the good data, was also trained on the bad data. And so sometimes it doesn't know the difference. So you need to fact check everything that comes out of it. The good news is that's super easy. It's also important to understand that AI is programmed to assume things. In other words, it wants to fill in the missing information. All of the developers of AI want us to use their tools very simply. And if every time it didn't get enough information, it started asking us questions, we would stop using it. Why? Well, it'd be kind of like that 3-year-old that kept coming into the room and going, why? Why? After a while, we get sick of it and we'd stop using AI. So instead, what the developers have done is they've programmed AI to make assumptions. In other words, it's going to take the data that we give it, the questions that we ask, and it's going to then fill in the blanks with the best available data it can assume. And we know what happens when we assume, right? We won't talk about it live, but we know what happens. And so you need to be aware of that. In order to be most effective, AI should be trained. And the good news is it's much easier than training your dog. But we need to train it so it understands your best practices, your tone, your style, your values, and things like that. We'll talk briefly about that as we go along. The other thing to be aware of as a potential pitfall is that AI is literally changing at a breakneck pace. I can't begin to describe that. Quite literally every week we have new announcements coming out about new things that are happening in AI. And as a result of that, it's really easy to maybe do something and then find out it got changed or that a tool's changed. So just be aware, there are a few pitfalls. They're easy to manage, but there are a few pitfalls that come up along the way. So most common question I get without anything else is, Jonathan, what in the world is this term we keep hearing called prompting and prompt engineering? What does that mean? Well, it's a great question and it comes up a lot. Some of you may be asking. I see we're getting some comments in. Just a reminder, if you've got questions, post them over there and we'll try to get to them. But prompting, or prompt engineering as it's often referred to, is simply communicating with the AI. And it's a lot like texting. If you've texted a friend, a coworker, family member today, then you can communicate with AI. You can prompt it, and you can be your own prompt engineer, giving it the right information. It's really that simple. And now I want to show you how to do that, because if you take nothing else away, this next couple steps will be truly important. Oh, I got my slides mixed up. Before we do that, let's talk about what the tools are. That's the second most common question is, Jonathan, what tools are they and what should I use? We've probably all heard about ChatGPT. It's very popular, very powerful. And as I go through the presentation, if I say ChatGPT, it really applies equally to both that, Google Gemini, and Claude, all the three, what I would consider the top three AI models that are available. There are more. Meta just released a new one called Llama and others, so there are more, but those are the big three that are out there. They all basically work the same way. They're called large language models, and they allow us to type in information and go from there. Super effective, super easy. We then have a whole series of what we call graphic generation tools. These are the things that create images, graphics, you name it. In fact, every image that you see in my presentation, I have a thing for cartoon graphics. Every one of these was generated in a tool called Midjourney, following what we call a 3D cartoon character model. And again, that's just an example of how you can use that. So if you've ever used stock photography in the past or anything like that, know that you've got opportunities here in order to be able to create things that are unique for you. And there's three major models there: Midjourney, DALL-E, which is part of ChatGPT, and Leonardo. There are additional ones too. If I haven't mentioned everyone, bear with me, guys. There's literally hundreds of them, but those are some of the most popular. And then I want to share with you one that maybe you haven't heard of and maybe you haven't tried. And this is a tool called Perplexity.ai. Perplexity is, in my mind, what Google should have done when they first created their first AI. If you haven't paid attention, Google struggled a bit to create a great model. They've gotten better, but they struggled a bit. Perplexity is an AI-based search engine. But instead of going to Google and getting a list of 10 websites to go visit for you to figure out, Perplexity gives you that information, but then it also scours that information and uses AI to write an answer for you for your question. So if I was trying to figure out what lasagna you wanted to cook tonight, or a recipe for lasagna for dinner tonight, if I went to Google, I'd type that in and it'd give me 10 websites to go look at, and probably a couple ads for Stouffer's or something like that I could buy at the local grocery store. If I go to Perplexity, I'm going to get those same 10 websites or similar 10 websites, probably some videos, probably some images, and more importantly, it's going to go through and give me a recipe. So I don't necessarily have to visit all those. I love Perplexity. And we talked just a little bit about fact checking in the last slide, a couple slides maybe ago. There we go, fact checking. Perplexity is also an incredible tool to do fact checking. Anytime if you want to know a fact, you can just type in, is this true? And whatever your question you've got, and Perplexity will tell you, and it will give you citations and sites that you can rank to. So it's super easy. I just see a comment coming in that it's great for research and content creation. So true. I do want to caution you though, if you're just getting started, you don't have to do all of these. I recommend you start with ChatGPT, and then you can add the others if it makes sense down the road. Be very careful though when you're downloading, especially if you're downloading the app for your phone. Make sure you're downloading the app by a company called OpenAI. That's the developer of ChatGPT. When you go to the App Store on your Android or your iPhone, you're going to find multiple apps for your phone that look almost identical. Make sure the developer is OpenAI, or you can go to this website at chat.openai.com directly. The same holds true for Gemini and Claude. Here's the URLs you can go to in your web browser on your phone or your desktop, your laptop, whatever, and visit those. And then we've got Midjourney, and then we've got, again, ChatGPT. I'm not sure what that link is, why I put that in there. I think that's my mistake here. And Perplexity. Midjourney is a paid-only platform, so it's one of the only ones. You can use ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude for free. You get limited usage. They kind of sell it the way they used to sell drugs back in the 80s, which is they give you a taste of it, they get you hooked, and then they tell you can't have any more till you pay it. But they do give you free access, and you can use those. Midjourney is one of the only ones up here that does require you to pay in order to use it. But just be careful when you're getting signed up. It's all easy. It's not hard, but don't sign up for the wrong one. By the way, almost all these are $20 a month. So ChatGPT is $20 a month, Gemini is $20 a month, Claude's $20 a month, Midjourney I think starts at 10, Leonardo I don't know where that starts at, and Perplexity is 20. But you don't need all of them. You don't technically need any of them. So that certainly helps. All right, so I mentioned earlier, if there's one thing you take out, I want it to be this. And here's the slide. Grab a screenshot, guys. This is the slide you want. We call it the perfect prompting framework. And this gives us the ability to literally create prompts to do almost anything that you want across the board. And you're simply going to follow these 4 steps. So I'm going to share this with you guys. You'll see it here. We've got 4 steps in dark blue. And then in light blue, I've actually got a sample prompt that I'll walk through and show you how we put it together. The key when we're creating prompts, and this creates one prompt for ChatGPT, Gemini, or Claude, is we need to start by telling it how it should act. What type of expert is it? Keep in mind that AI is a vast array of knowledge. It's like the world's largest encyclopedia times a gazillion with almost immediate recall. So if I don't give it some context as to how it's supposed to ask, it doesn't know where to start. I'm a married guy. It's like my wife walking into my office and going, "We need to talk." Immediately I'm going, uh-oh, I either forgot to do something important or I did something I wasn't supposed to do. I'm in trouble. But if my wife walks in and says, "We need to talk about what we're doing for dinner," oh, not a problem. Now I have context and I can go directly there. And ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini are the same way. Give them context, helps them narrow down and give you a better response. Then we need to give it context. Imagine, for example, that you're collaborating with somebody in your office on a project. Would you simply walk over to their desk, give them a 1-sentence or 2-sentence instruction, and then leave and walk away without answering any questions? Of course not. That's not going to work well. They don't have any background information. So if I was, let's say, working with Casey and I walked over and said, "Hey, Casey, I need you to write me a memo about the fact that we're going to take vacation on Friday," and I just walked away. He'd have no context, no idea what to say, who it was for, what the context was, or anything. And so often when we're programming AI, it does the same thing. We need to give it context. Step 3 is the part that most of us use when we prompt. And that's actually, what is the question that we want AI to answer? And then step 4, guys, this is the game changer. This is the one that really changes how all this works. Give ChatGPT permission to ask you clarifying questions. Why? Again, if you haven't given it all the relevant information, maybe you didn't know. I know that happens to me all the time. By telling ChatGPT that it can ask you clarifying questions and including that in your instructions, now it will override what the developer said to make assumptions, and it will ask you the information it needs in order to give you the best response. So what's that look like in a prompt? Well, let's say that we're talking about putting together a business proposition. One of the things Casey talked about on the landing page registering for this event was we're going to teach you how to create and develop a magnetic business proposition. Here's the prompt, guys. I'm going to share it with you. So first, we're going to say you're an expert consultant specializing in helping real estate professionals develop a magnetic business proposition. Then I'm going to give it context. I want you to interview me to learn information you need to help me create my own unique magnetic business proposition. I want you to help me articulate my unique value in the way it resonates instantly with my audience. By the way, anytime you see a square bracket like that, that's a variable that you need to fill in. So whoever your audience is, depending on what line of real estate that you're in, and then turning curiosity into concrete leads. Then ask me 3 questions at a time, allow me to answer, and repeat until you have all of the information that you need to create my unique magnetic business proposition that will appeal to my audience. Keep asking me questions until you can give me the best possible response. And then we end it with this. Please ask me any clarifying questions that will help you provide me with the best possible response. You may go, Jonathan, that's a long prompt. It is, but it's super simple. Again, it's tell ChatGPT how it should act, give it context, ask it your question, and then give it permission to ask you clarifying questions. It's that simple. And I'm telling you, when you do this, you will absolutely get amazing responses out of AI. If you've ever used AI and you typed in a question and you went, well, that was a dumb response, or that wasn't very helpful, this is an easy way around that, and it really solves the problem by implementing this. So again, I want to give you guys a reminder, go ahead and take a screenshot of this, and I'll give you a tip. If you take a screenshot here and you upload that to ChatGPT or to Claude or to Gemini, it'll actually give you the text on this slide. Super easy. Or you can join my free group and I've got it in there as well. But this is important and it will help you immensely. As you get into AI, you'll probably get emails from people offering you to sell you lists of prompts. You don't need them. I've wasted lots of money on them. This prompt framework is all that you need in order to craft amazing responses. All right, so a couple more tips on helping you prompt effectively. One, I talked a little bit earlier, like if Casey and I were collaborating, talk to AI as you would a team member. That means things like providing context and details and answering questions. Make sure you ask follow-up questions. In other words, AI is designed to have a conversation with it, folks. It's not designed for me to ask one question, get a response, and leave and not come back. Kind of like a text message. Let's say that you and I were going to go grab lunch today, and I just texted you, where's lunch? And I never responded to anything you said after that. We'd never be having lunch together because you wouldn't know. We'd have a conversation. I'd ask, where's lunch? You'd say, what time? We'd choose a restaurant. We'd figure out where we were going to go. We'd talk about location, timing, lots of things until we solidify, yeah, we're going to go have lunch. It'd be a back and forth. It'd be a conversation. You need to do the same thing with AI. You can't just prompt it once. I mean, you can, but you're not going to get as good results. You're going to get better results if you ask follow-up. So we talked in the last slide about creating this magnetic business proposition. Maybe when it creates it, it's 80% of the way there, 85% of the way, and you want it to make changes. Just respond back and say, that's great, but what about this? Or please add in this, or please change this, and let it respond back. Have that conversation just as you would if you were collaborating with a team member. The other thing is, much like chats or text messages, when we're using text messages, each text message that we have, unless we're in a group chat, is unique and only visible to the user we're chatting with. So if I'm chatting with let's say Mark in one window and Sally in another chat conversation, each of those text conversations is unique. And Mark can't see what I'm saying to Sally, and Sally can't see what I'm saying to Mark. That's simple and easy. Inside chat, when we're using it, we want to do the same thing. In other words, we want to set it up so that we're keeping topics in unique chat conversations. You can have multiple conversations. You're always going to be talking with AI. You can have multiple conversations, but it helps the AI remember what you want. So maybe one of the tabs I have open is about writing a new SOP for my staff. Another tab might be about writing a social media post for me to publish today. A third might be about how I respond to emails and helping me create those emails. And I could go on and on and on. A fourth one maybe might be for images. In those unique chats, you can do wonders. Just keep things separate, and it will help you with organization and help AI give you a better possible response. So, Sandra, I see the question about better graphical results. I'll make sure I get back to that in just a minute. So thank you. Just a reminder to everybody, please throw in your questions, and as I see those come through, we'll do our best to get them answered in our Q&A here at the end. The other thing I want to recommend you to do is to set up custom instructions. So both ChatGPT and Claude give you the ability through some different means to train the model and give it background information about you. ChatGPT does it probably most effectively through what they call custom instructions. And there's 2 questions you want to answer. What do I want ChatGPT to know about me? And how would I like ChatGPT to respond to my questions? And by filling that information out, you're going to get much, much better responses. So I encourage you, fill out those custom instructions, give it information about you, about your business, about how you'd like to respond. I even have things in there like my phone number, my email address, all kinds of things like that that I think are relevant, so that as I'm using it, it knows what to put in the responses that it's getting for me. Here's a hot tip for you guys. We're about 20 minutes in, 25 minutes in. Here's a super hot tip. If you want it to sound more like you, add a personality type into how it should respond. In other words, say respond as though you were a personality type. I like Myers-Briggs. You can go to a site called 16personalities.com. You can take a free Myers-Briggs personality test there, and you can literally, it'll give you a 4-letter code when you're done. It takes about 5 or 10 minutes. You can give that 4-letter code to ChatGPT, to Claude, to Gemini, and it now knows tons of information about you, because that 4-letter code means a lot more to the ChatGPT than anything else. Imagine giving it that and having reams of data that'll help it write content that now sounds like you. So that's super helpful. I see some more questions coming in. Great. Please keep those coming in. We'll keep watching for those. And again, I will get to those at the Q&A. So some common things I talked about: ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude. They all have their pluses and minuses. If you're stuck with one of them, don't feel bad. You can do everything you need in one, but some of them have some skills in particular areas, and I just want to cover those with you. So ChatGPT, what is it especially good at? It's especially good at brainstorming, helping you work through ideas. It's great at client communications. It's amazing at checklists and best practices. If you've got a team and you want to make sure that your team's following certain processes and protocols, ChatGPT can help you write those and do an amazing job. And on top of that, it can create a checklist for your team to follow to make sure that they're getting everything done. Also, we talked earlier about segmenting your audience and figuring out how to get marketing messages to them. It's fantastic at that. Data analysis is probably one of the most overlooked. A lot of us as entrepreneurs in particular, we don't think about analyzing data. And ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini are amazing data analysis tools. The ability to upload things and to be able to reference it. If you've ever had a report before, you maybe skimmed it and you remember, oh, and somewhere, I think it was about in the middle, it talked about A, B, or C, but I can't find it. Upload that report to ChatGPT and just ask it. It'll tell you what page it's on. It'll tell you everything else. It's amazing. By the way, another tip for you, it's also really good at doing that with timestamp notes that come out of a video. So if you've got a transcript of a presentation or of a video, you can upload that transcript to AI and you can have it find where certain things happen. So it can tell you that at 21 minutes and 35 seconds is where you need to go in that video in order to find this section. It can be super, super helpful for that. We talked a little bit about SOP, or standard operating procedure creation, making sure that we're getting those created, and that certainly can be hugely helpful. And obviously, it's very good at content creation. So regardless of the type of content that you need to create, AI can help you do that and help you do that super, super well. And ChatGPT is one of the best there. All right. Gemini, let's talk a little bit about it. So Gemini also very good. You may have heard of Google Bard. That's actually the first version that Google came out with. They've updated that to Gemini. The good news is Gemini is a lot better and it gives you a lot of skills. Here are some of the things it's really good at. If you're interested in SEO or search engine optimization or keyword research, finding out what keywords you should be putting in maybe your social posts or your blog posts or things like that, Gemini is amazing at that. Why? It has all of Google's keyword data and it will share that with you. So it's a fantastic tool for that. It's great for content creation. And again, this could be more than just marketing. This could be flyers if you're a real estate agent for a home. Could be messages that you're putting together to try to encourage people to get you to be a listing agent or a buyer's agent or anything like that along the way. Fantastic at creating audience and avatar targeting, client communications, emails, memos, letters, birthday messages, thank you gifts, you name it. If you're in real estate, we probably would need to communicate more often. And this is a great way to do that and a great tool to help us do that effectively. One of the other huge benefits it has is if you're using Google Workspace, you can connect with Gemini into Google Workspace. So it can literally help you write emails right on the fly, can analyze Google Docs and spreadsheets and presentations and do all kinds of things like that, which is super helpful. One of those that I haven't talked about, but since we're mentioning that, I will bring up is Office 3 or is 360 from Microsoft 360, and that integrates with its Microsoft Office application. It uses ChatGPT as the engine, but Microsoft, if you don't know, owns about half of OpenAI, and so they've rebranded ChatGPT within Microsoft products to give you that access as well, and works very well in that scenario. And then we've got Claude. Claude's personally at the moment one of my favorite tools. I think it does an absolute amazing job for so many things. The only thing it doesn't do is it doesn't have live web access. So I can't live have it search a web page. I can give it that content, things like that, but it doesn't have live web access. But it's by far and away, in my mind, the best at data analysis. This does an amazing job of that across the board. It's also fantastic for brainstorming, client communications, checklists and best practices, some of the same things we've been talking about. Again, fantastic tool. And definitely, if you haven't tried it out, I encourage you to try Claude. I think, especially in business, you'll be super, super impressed with that. I also mentioned and talked about Perplexity. Perplexity is perplexity.ai if you're looking for it, just a reminder, and give you that. It's that search engine that actually gives you answers in addition to just giving you links like Google does. It's absolutely my favorite tool for fact checking because, again, it's going to tell me whether the statistic or the fact is accurate. And then it's going to give me links that I can use in my blog post and my social posts and my memos, whatever I'm doing, to validate that. Even in presentations, it's super helpful because it gives me that ability to cite my references, and that's fantastic. It's also a really great thing for answering questions and for learning. In fact, all of the AI models we've talked about are really great if you want to learn something new. Most of the models are trained through early 2024 at this point in time, or late 2023. Perplexity's got live data right off the web, so you can use that anytime you want. And if you need to learn about a new topic, let's say, for example, that maybe you're brand new and you into social media and you haven't used it a lot for business, you can actually have ChatGPT, Google Gemini, Claude teach you how to use social media as a business tool to get more leads, to connect with more audiences, to grow your business. And it will literally teach you how to do that, following all the best practices that it's learned over time. So huge value there. All right, just another reminder, keep throwing those questions. I see some of them popping up. That's fantastic. Keep throwing those into there, into the chat, and we'll make sure we get over those in the comments. Also want to make sure that we talk just a little bit about something called custom GPTs. So you may be hearing all this stuff and going, Jonathan, this is great, but you know they don't have my company information, and there's things I wanted to know about me. How do I do that? Well, both custom GPTs and projects from Claude give you the ability to upload your own data and use that. Hypothetical, let's say you've got an employee manual that's got all your policies, procedures, all that type of stuff in it. We know everybody's signed a release that they've read it, but we also know at the end of the day, it's probably 100+ pages and nobody's actually read all 100 pages. And if they did, they didn't remember. Imagine being able to upload that to AI, have a custom GPT or a custom AI model that you can set up and give a link to everybody on your staff. So next time they want to know what vacation policy is, they just ask, but they ask AI instead of asking you, saving you tons of time and tons of energy. We can also then train custom GPTs to customize the response that it's getting back. So we can, for example, tell it to only use the data we've uploaded and not to use its knowledge, or to always use our data first and only use its knowledge if it can't find it. We can give it tones and styles to respond in as well. It can be very, very effective. You have these available through ChatGPT and Claude, or these can actually be built outside as separate standalone applications, and then they can use the API, what's called the Application Program Interface, from OpenAI, from Gemini and Claude. What that really means is even if you're not a programmer, you could set up this as a separate app and then connect to the appropriate AI model that you wanted to connect to in order to give you the best possible information. So If you want to learn more, you can go out to ChatGPT's GPT store. If we have time, I'll show you how to access this. It's literally just click on Explore inside of ChatGPT, and you can see thousands of models that are already available that you can use, as well as how to create your own. Super, super effective. It's kind of like going to the App Store, but they're all free. So it's super, super cool. So I mentioned earlier that if you guys want to continue learning about things, I've got a free Facebook group. Over 150,000 members in there as of this week. And if you scan this QR code, you can go ahead and link it. I'm also going to give you a link here in just a minute. If you don't want to scan the QR code, you don't have to, but you can scan that and you can join for free. You do have to apply. It's a private group, but we let everybody in. That helps us keep the spammers out because it's not focused on sales. It's focused on giving you guys education. And I'd love to encourage you to go ahead and join us there. We'd love to have you. Again, I want to remind you before I do Q&A, I'm going to get to Q&A in just a minute here. I'm the kickoff speaker. There's 4 more amazing speakers that are going to be talking to you today. Please take the time to watch them. You're going to learn a ton of stuff about AI by doing so. All right, so we're time for Q&A. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bop back up in the questions here. I saw a number of them come out. Let's just see here. Which AI tool, Amanda asks, which AI tool is my favorite? Let's see here. I'm going to see, Casey, if we can stop well, keep the screen share up, I guess, just in case I need it. But which one's my favorite? On a better thought, I'm going to remove it from the studio, remove from stage. There we go. So it's back to me. That may not be better, but at least it's a little bit more personable. So what's my favorite tool? It really depends on what you're doing. For content creation, for ideation, for brainstorming, I am a huge fan of the new version of Claude. So Claude just released a couple weeks ago. It's a brand new version called 3.5. Don't get worried about all the numbers. It's just the latest version. And it has blown me out of the water with its capabilities. Does it mean that's the model you should use? No, not necessarily. In fact, if you're getting started, I still recommend you start with ChatGPT because ChatGPT has more features and it's very good at what it does. If Claude's excellent, ChatGPT is the close second place contender. So again, if you're just getting started, I really recommend that you focus on ChatGPT first and then add in Claude or Gemini or others if you don't. If you've already got access to Gemini, maybe because your organization is using Google's Workspace, or you've already got access to Claude, or even for that matter, Microsoft's 360, feel free to go ahead and use that. That's perfectly fine. They're great models. They work and they work fine. You don't have to subscribe to these other models necessarily. But my personal favorite, since you asked, Amanda, is Claude. Now on the image side, it's a different story. ChatGPT produces images through a tool called DALL-E, which is bundled in with it. There's a number of other tools. I am a Midjourney fan. I believe it creates the best quality images across the board, especially if you're looking for photorealistic images. So if you're creating maybe some marketing content and you want to show a tree-lined street with old, not old, but let's just say fancy, luxurious homes along, AI can create that picture and create it very photorealistic. DALL-E and some of the others, it's going to still have a cartoonish look to it in my mind. So I'm a big fan of Midjourney. Yes, it is one that you need to pay for. I believe it starts at $10 a month, but absolutely believe it's worthwhile. And one of the things I love about Midjourney, since we're talking about using this in business, when we use Midjourney, we have a license from Midjourney to actually be able to use that for commercial purposes. And I like that. And because we're paying $10 a month for it, I also have done an exchange. And while I'm not an attorney, it's my understanding that when we actually pay for something as opposed to getting it for free, we have a different set of rights that we can use. And so I think Midjourney makes the most sense if you want to use images for your content there. I think that's great. Casey asked in here, I think to everybody, what tools do you use? I've went through a list of the ones I use. One question that often comes up, though, and I'd like to address is, Jonathan, outside of ChatGPT and Google Gemini and Claude and Perplexity, what tools do you use? There are very, very few. In fact, there's only one that I use on a regular basis, and it uses ChatGPT's interface or engine to run everything. It just automates some processes for me. So you're going to see ads almost every single day for new AI tools. In fact, I'm checking out one tonight, a brand new tool that's come out, been updated. I did a review on it a couple months ago. I won't say the name, and I found it incredibly disappointing. They have a new version. The video they have out looks really good. I'm going to try it again tonight. I'll let you know if it's good. By the way, I don't tend to slam ones I don't like. If I don't talk about it, you can assume I either haven't tested it or it wasn't any good. And you can ask me if I've tested it and I'll tell you. But I'm testing another one out tonight. There, like I said, are new models coming out every single day. Probably one of the hardest parts for me as an entrepreneur with ADD is that bright, shiny object syndrome. I always want to chase the latest tool. Do yourself a favor and stick with the basics that I've talked to here. I do, and I can tell you, it makes me so much more productive. Also, keep in mind that almost all the other AI tools that come out are using the AI engines from ChatGPT, from Google Gemini, and from Claude. They're just putting a new user interface, a new lipstick on top of that to create a different user interface. So you're not necessarily getting additional features or additional capabilities, even though they'll tell you you are. You're not. You're getting the same thing that you have in probably a slowed down interface. So those are some of the tools I use. Let's see what we've got next here. Claude says, or Cardwell, I'm sorry, says he loves Claude and Perplexity is his second favorite. They're very good. Sham's talking about Perplexity for research and content creation in Gemini, another very solid model. That's great. Let's see what else we've got for some questions. I'm going to scroll down through here a minute. How do I get better graphic results? So Sandra's asking, how do I get better graphic results? It's hard. First of all, pick the right engine. Depends on what you mean by better, Sandra. If that's photorealistic, then go to Midjourney. Bar none, that will give you the best photorealistic images that you can get. One of the things that often comes up with graphics is people are asking me about how do I get it to spell words correctly? AI generative image tools right now, for the most part, don't spell words correctly. So what I recommend you do is I recommend you create the image in Midjourney or DALL-E or Leonardo, and then bring it over into a tool like Canva or Photoshop or something like that to add your text. It'll take far less time than trying to do multiple iterations of an image to get it to spell right. AI doesn't look at text as text, it looks at it as pixels. So the letter A isn't the letter A that we're used to it. It's literally thousands of pixels that go together. And occasionally it randomizes some of those. And as you can imagine, it doesn't look like an A when you start randomizing where those pixels go. So that's a big part of it. The other question I get, Sandra, and I don't know if this is what you're referring to, but I get a lot is, how do I create consistent, repeatable characters? So I've created an image that I like, maybe of an individual, maybe of a home, maybe of a building, maybe a street, whatever character. How do I recreate that and have a consistent image? It's also very hard to do right now with the current state of AI generative image tools. Will it get better? Absolutely. It's all actually made huge progress in the last 2 to 3 months. By the end of the year, I expect it to get much better. But again, this is an area where I find that Midjourney is best. Midjourney has a command that you can use that references another image. It's called CREF, C-R-E-F, literally for character reference. And it does the best job of recreating those characters. So if I've created a photo likeness of a person I want to use, so I've got that same person maybe as my spokesperson, you can use CREF and it will help that. But I want to set your expectation. If you're trying to create consistent characters, in my experience, you're going to create 10 images for every one that you actually think is consistent. So just be prepared for that. We're not in a copy machine world with AI where I can say, look at Jonathan and his beard and now give him a different colored shirt. Photoshop can do that. AI doesn't do that. And the other thing when it comes to that is AI is not really designed for editing images. So if you've got an image and you want to change something, it's generally not best to upload it to AI and ask it to do that, because AI is going to build in a degree of randomness. And while it may be able to remove somebody in a photo, it's going to make you or whoever else is in that photo look very different based on that. That's a better use for Photoshop or something like that. So, all right, next asks here, we've got a question from Zerlina. Which AI platform do you recommend for reviewing a document? Great question. So one of the tips that I often recommend is if you're going to be doing document review is have one engine write it and then another one review it. You go, Jonathan, what difference does it make? Well, each model is unique. It's kind of like if I was going to go down and say the difference between Casey and myself. Casey and I look different. We have different tones. We have different styles. And while I could say, and maybe, for example, proofread my own writing, if I had Casey do it for me, he's likely going to catch things that I'd never see. And so the same holds true of AI. I do a lot of content creation within ChatGPT. I do a lot of it within Claude, and I tend to use the opposite model for proofreading at that point in time, or for going through and reviewing those documents. And typically, by the way, to give you a hint, when I do that review, I'll take that completed document that I have from one engine, bring it over to another, and tell it, in the second case, remembering my perfect prompt formula, those 4 steps, now I'm going to say, act as a professional proofreader and editor. Please review this document to make sure that it's applicable to my audience for a particular topic. And please identify any areas that need improvement from a proofreading or editorial perspective. Then I'm going to give it my document, and I'm going to, of course, ask it my final question, or give it permission to say, please ask me any clarifying questions you need in order to give me the best response. It'll then go through that document, and it will, based upon its role as a proofreader and editor, make sure that it's well written and helpful for the audience that I specified on the topic that I specified. And then it'll go through, kind of like your English teacher used to go through, and it'll start recommending areas that you could improve that document in order to make it more readable, better, maybe higher converting, all things like that. And if you share those goals in your audience with the AI, it'll help make sure that it's reviewing that in a manner that's consistent. So great question, Zerlina, about that, and I appreciate that. Well, let's go ahead down here. Let's see, we've got a question from Philip about stepping away. Cardwise, Jonathan, Claude has no internet access. Why is it your favorite? Well, it's not, believe it or not, I don't use my internet access with most of my prompts. So a good example would be, I'm starting a challenge in 2 weeks in my Facebook group, and we're rolling that out. And this morning, while I was driving into work, into my office, I had literally a voice conversation. Don't freak out. It was hands-free. I was safe. But I was able to talk to ChatGPT and Claude and ask it questions about basically planning what this challenge is going to look like. What types of things might we consider doing? How are we going to lay it out? How would we market it? We are going to charge for this, so what's a fair price? We did all that. It didn't need internet access to do any of that because it was just using its knowledge base. If, on the other hand, I need to have internet access, I generally am going to go to Perplexity, have that do my internet access, and then I am a Perplexity Pro subscriber. You don't have to be, but that means I can use Claude from within Perplexity to actually answer the question. So imagine being able to do a web search and then have Claude take that data and do response. And I can do that again directly through Perplexity because I'm a Pro subscriber there. So that's why I like it. I do think it writes better. It writes my tone. It's faster. Probably more importantly than anything else for me, as I mentioned earlier, I believe AI is about carrying on a conversation. And Claude has one of the largest memory windows. And so it's really, really good at that. By the way, Casey, I'm noticing the time. I know you mentioned you might want to have a quick break. If you want to come on and shut me up, just let me know. I'll keep answering questions, but I know we may want to take a quick break here. So don't hesitate, Casey, to let me know it's time to do that. Let's see here. We've got a question from Jeneth about, let's see, how about videos for real estate? So there are a lot of tools that can create videos based upon images that you have, or just based on text. We can do text to video. Those tools may or may not reflect what your needs are. If you're looking for one to get started with, I would take a look at either InVideo, HeyGen, or D-ID. It's literally D, the minus sign, ID.com. Take a look at one of those 3 for that. Let's see, we've got a question here from Cardwell about Leonardo is free and almost as good as Midjourney. Yes, I agree. It is free for, I think, up to about a dozen images a day on Leonardo. It's very good. It's leonardo.ai, as Cardwell mentions here. Perfectly fine with using it. I still don't find it to be as good, especially for photorealistic images, but that's my personal preference there. So Amy asks, can I download a photo and ask Midjourney to alter the image? You can. It won't do a very good job of, again, Photoshop is really what you want, or Photo by Affinity, a competitor to Photoshop. That's really what you want to do if you want to edit an image. They're not designed, the AI tools are not really designed to recreate that. If you upload an image as a sample, it can recreate that, but it's going to have a degree of randomness in there, so it's not going to really edit that photo for you. Let's see here, what else we've got. Is there a no-code chatbot for real estate that's good to start with? There are a number of chatbots that are out there. If you want to use a chatbot to help with answering common questions and all that, I don't know of a particular one just for real estate. I would definitely find one that ties in with the other software you're using. So Casey and I were just talking a little bit beforehand. I use a marketing automation software called Go High Level, or actually High Level. Their website's Go High Level. And I like their chatbot because it integrates and I can take that data and conversations. But I want to warn you, and I'm going to ask you a question that's fairly unpopular. Would you trust AI without any proofreading to write a month's worth of social media posts, 30 social media posts that were automatically going to get posted without you previewing them? Most business owners I know start freaking out at that point, going, no, 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 might embarrass me. But yet we want to use an AI bot to talk to our prospects to handle any type of question that we may or may not be able to train for. Not saying you can't do it, but just remember this new bot technology, especially when handling sales and prospecting for us, we're in the infant stages, almost pre-infant stages. So don't expect perfection and make sure you train your models well if you're going to use a bot. Last questions about tokens before the next speaker. Last question taken. Oh, sorry, that was Cherie helping out. Guys, thank you so much. So grateful for all of you. We'll let Cherie and Corey get back on here, or Casey get back on here and figure out where we're at next. I appreciate all of you guys' time, and it's been a ball. Hopefully I didn't bore everybody too much. So
thank you, Jonathan. Yeah, no, that was fantastic. I was taking notes, and always a pleasure to have you speak, and appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, and I look forward to watching the rest of this. Guys, have a wonderful afternoon. Thanks so much.
All right.
All right. Well, I mean, we've been talking a lot about AI and diving into your world that I tend to jump into. And then I go, Casey, it's so much. So one of the last questions that came up was in reference to real estate. And so how does it apply to real estate? How can we use it in the application when it comes down to our real estate world? And we did this for the real estate community. So thank you to those of you guys who are asking the real estate questions. And we have Jordan Terrell that is on right now because we've asked him to come on board. Jordan is actually a fellow team leader over at Real, along with the three of us. And a couple of things about Jordan. I want to make sure that I kind of introduce you here, Jordan. You've been licensed for 8 years. I've known you for 7.
Yeah.
He's built an viable real estate business. They sell over $850 million in volume, and more than 1,400 homes is how many he sold last year. His business hit 240 million in sales, and it's supposed to reach above 300 million this year. Now, he's got a team of agents in order to do all of that, but that team consists of 30 agents, 10 staff members, 6 virtual assistants to make sure that they service all of their clients, right? Before real estate even happened, he led a nonprofit with 30,000 participants and a 300 strong staff. So I think you guys can learn a little bit about Mr. Terrell here. Now, what he's done is all of this AI that we're talking about, he is going to discuss how you make it practical and how he uses AI in real time in his business now. So, Mr. Terrell from Real Community, I'm so happy to have you on.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Thanks for the intro. Can you hear me okay?
Little bit of an echo. I think it's from your earbuds. So it's a little bit of an echo.
Let me remove the ear. Is that better?
Voila.
Okay, perfect.
So much better.
Okay.
So much better. All right. I am going to pass the microphone on over to you and let you take over, sir, because they have been itching. I'm sure there's a lot of questions like, how do I make this work? And will this apply here? And how I can use that? There's a bunch of ideas in here too. So I'll let you take it over.
Perfect. I'm going to share my screen here. Can you guys see
my screen. What do you guys see? Is it like a full screen? There we go.
You're good? All righty.
Yep, I'm good.
Oh, sir.
Guys, I want to give you a little bit of story time here because I want you to understand the context behind like why AI is actually helpful to me and why it's so needed and how I'm leveraging it to scale my business. I got in the business 7 years ago, 7.5 years ago, and I was new to real estate. I had some experience in building other businesses, other organizations, and so I had some skills that I had developed as I was a 36-year-old jumping into the real estate industry. But as I jumped in, it was just me. I was just figuring stuff out. I was researching, I was connecting, I was getting coaching, I was attending webinars, I was just learning and learning and learning. And I'm a sponge. I'm really good at obtaining information and just sponging as much as I can. And I'm really good at remembering things and memorizing things and kind of figuring out my own process. And quickly, I started selling lots of homes. Before I knew it, my first 6 months or so, I didn't really sell a lot of homes. I was really building the business. I was the guy that had an office, had an assistant, had a website, had a marketing campaign, had thousands of dollars being spent every month on advertising, yet I hadn't even sold a home yet. And by about month 6, all my efforts started to kick in. So at month 6, I sold 4 homes. And then over the next 18 months, I sold 90 homes. So what really happened is I had a quick start, and the system, the business that I built was really just me and an assistant and a couple other agents, right? But over time, we've grown to be this really, really big team and this big organization. And 2022, Denver Metro Association of Realtors named us the #1 team in Denver. Last year, 2023, Real Trends named us the #1 team in Colorado. And we started to hit the ceiling where maybe you guys have heard there's the rule of 3s and 10s. And 3s and 10s. So 3, 10, 30, 100, 300, 1,000. Every time you hit a 3 and a 10, you're hitting a ceiling. And that's where people start to really not move past anything. And so I found myself at this place right around the 30 agent mark where we've started to hit ceilings. I hit ceilings at 10 agents. I hit ceilings at 3 agents, but I was able to bust through those things with just raw talent. I didn't have to get coaching or training. Like I was able to push past, and everyone has different limits and capacities and different experiences in their background. And so I was able to push all the way to 30, but really I started hitting walls. I started hitting ceilings and I couldn't bust through them. And so I needed more of an edge. I needed somehow to take myself to the next level because I can't do everything, right? I can't train every agent. I can't train every staff. I can't micromanage everything. I have to leverage other people. But if there's stuff in my head, I really need to find a way to extract that. And I don't know, and you guys can comment in here, maybe press 1 if you are one of these people. Give me a 1 if you're the type of person that it's easier for you to do it than to teach someone else to do it. If that's you, put 1 in the chat. I just want to know how many people are with me on this one, because I find that a lot of people have a hard time letting go of things and they just rather do it themselves because it's just hard to teach it. Like once you've figured it out, once you've acquired the knowledge, it's like, how do I regurgitate this in a way that they can understand it? And so over the course of these years, I've picked up a lot of things. I've picked up a lot of knowledge, and I'm not much of a writer. I have the ADD brain. I'm not really good at sitting down and taking notes. Like if you guys were in a presentation and I was in the audience, I probably wouldn't be the one taking notes. That's just how I'm wired. And so I needed help. And so when I stumbled into AI, ChatGPT specifically, I know our last speaker was talking about the different ranges, which for me is super helpful to know all the different types of services I can get here. But for me, it's primarily been ChatGPT from OpenAI that has become a part of my daily life. Literally, I use ChatGPT more than I use Google at this point. When I have a question, I don't put it in Google search. I go directly to ChatGPT to get answers. And the thing that was most helpful for me was understanding that I could talk to it. Because sitting around and writing is not really something I want to do. So having the ability to talk to a robot and getting responses back is really fascinating to me, because I'm an external processor. Some of you guys are internal processors. Sometimes people have to write and write down things and like jot down different notes. I need to talk to someone to figure out what I actually think. I have to just start saying things out loud. And so I'm gonna give you some examples of what I mean here in a second. But for me, the best creation always happens in a meeting for me. So I typically would take someone with me and say, hey, let's go for a drive, or like, hey, can we sit in my office? Or can we go for a walk? And I would just chat. And that's how I would kind of figure out what direction I wanted to go. But people aren't always available. People are busy. People are doing things. And I need the people that work with me to do other things. And so ChatGPT became like my little assistant. And so let me scroll through a couple things here just to kind of give you an example. But let's see, how do I change the slide? You guys can see it. How do I go through it? There we go. You guys seeing that? Is that streaming through? Yeah, there we go. Perfect. I'm not familiar with this. So here's the thing I want to kind of break down for you guys. Is the first thing you have to do is you have to have your kind of idea generation. You have to be able to put your idea, your knowledge, your expertise into the AI system. So if it's ChatGPT, you have to put it into the system. Then the AI system organizes the inputted information into relevant categories and topics. The third thing that has to happen is you have to let the AI process that information and organize the content, extracting key insights, trends, and recommendations. The fourth thing that happens is the content. The AI system converts the processed information to structured content, such as text, charts, diagrams, or whatever you might need. And finally, you have your finished product, whatever it is that you're trying to get to. And so let me give you an example of what this looks like. Some of you may or may not have the ChatGPT app, but this is like screenshotted directly from my phone. But you guys should be able to get this app. I would recommend fully that you pay for it. And when you pay for it, you'll be able to have this little microphone or these headphones down in the bottom right, if you guys can see those. The headphones in the bottom right of the far left picture, that is my gold mine. This little headphone right here has changed the way that I interact on a daily basis with my business, because this is my greatest, most smartest assistant on the planet. Like this knows more than anything that I could possibly know, and it has it all, the ability to pull it all together. What's really cool about this is that you can choose a voice. So if you like hearing from a man from South America, or South Africa, or whatever you want to accent, you want a woman's voice or a man's voice, whatever it is that would make it easier for you to have conversations on a daily basis, you can choose the type of voice, and so you can just start talking. And so what this looks like is you push the button and you literally start talking. So to give you guys a framework or an example of what this looks like for me on a daily basis is, I will, between drives from one appointment to the next, in my office, before a meeting, before I do a presentation, before I go and do anything, I'm literally pushing that button and extracting my thoughts. I'm pacing around my office. This little office that you see behind me, I'm walking in circles, just talking and saying, this is what I'm hoping to talk about. So for example, if I'm getting ready to do a presentation with my agents on a buyer presentation, I might say, all right, I need you to help me put together some bullet points and some slides, some key thoughts on the topic of a buyer presentation. So the things that are most important when you do a buyer presentation is, number one, you have to set the appointment. Number two, and so I just start like walking through literally like whatever's coming to my mind, and I'll start just saying random thoughts that because it's all in here. I've done 1,000 buyer presentations. I know every objection that could possibly happen. I know how to navigate any potential challenge that would happen in a buyer consultation. And so I just start, and then I ask it to ask me questions. And then I say, well, that's a great question. Well, here's my answer to that question. Hey, give me some objections. And then I give my response to those objections. And so for about 15 minutes, I'm going back and forth, having a conversation with a robot. And at the end, I say, can you summarize all of this? Can you put all this together into some kind of attainable, readable, learnable presentation that I can give to my agents? And then I drop it into another AI app called Tome, which is a PowerPoint presentation. I literally drop all the notes into it and it creates a PowerPoint presentation. And in 20 minutes, I have an hour presentation that I can give to my agents that's probably worth $10,000, $20,000. I mean, what the knowledge that I will drop in that's extracted from my mind in 15, 20 minutes is ridiculous. I'm not really good at putting together presentations, but I know it's in here. I'm not good at teaching people what's in my head, but I know if I can get it out of my head and in a presentable form, then people can take it. Because some people learn by reading, some people learn by hearing, some people learn by some kind of visual representation. Everyone learns differently. And so I will use the AI to help me put together as many different angles of this so that when I give somebody something, it's not just me talking. Because for the first 4 or 5 years, it was just me talking and hoping they were taking notes, because I didn't have the ability to put it into presentable form and say it in a way that they could understand it. Because just because I can do it myself doesn't mean I can also teach it. Maybe you are a great teacher, but if you want to scale past the 3s and the 10s, then you have to figure out how to make your time more efficient so that you can get more output of the things that you're really, really good at. So to give you more of an example of what this might look like, just to kind of show you a screenshot, you guys see this video here, but this is just me scrolling through my ChatGPT app. And these are different GPTs that I've created. So Social Media Guru, this is my Marketing Persona Pro. And I've created these customized GPTs to help me with different things. And you can go in there and give different prompts and different expertises. And I want this GPT to do this. I want this GPT to do that. These are conversations that I'm having all the time and extracting information. I mean, like I even use this for personal stuff. Like, hey, I'm having this really rough challenge with somebody in my personal life, and I don't know how to handle it. This is a scenario, if you can see my screen here, this is a scenario where I had a discrepancy. I was missing commissions on certain properties. And so I pulled the record from the MLS. I pulled the record from my broker. I pulled the record from my contract database. And I literally had it create on my computer. I dropped an Excel file for all 3 into ChatGPT. And then I asked it to compare and contrast all 3 databases and find duplicates, find missing addresses. And it literally found addresses for me. I mean, we're talking like in minutes, because I could have paid someone on one of my staff, or taken one of my staff and said, hey, can you cross-reference all these addresses? And we're not talking like a couple addresses. We're talking like 300 addresses. And like, it's a lot of addresses, and there's a lot of commission. We're talking like millions of dollars worth of commission, like that I'm trying to like sort through. And this did this in like 15 minutes for me. That couldn't happen 2 years ago. And that's just today. What it can do tomorrow is going to be on a different scale. Let me give you one other example here that has been really, really, really helpful to me in this process. And just the other day, I had one of my agents on my team, and she's feeling a little overwhelmed with the business and life, and so many deals. Like her challenge is that she's selling too many homes. I mean, I know that sounds like a good problem, but there's a point where you get overwhelmed. And so when you have 10 active listings and 8 active buyers and another 12 pending, or like crazy numbers, right? And she has an assistant agent and like some different things. And I sat down with her, and I kind of went through just as a coach, and I said, hey, how much money do you need to live on? How much money do you need to live on if you lived really comfortably? And we talked through the numbers, and I said, well, it sounds like you are earning a lot more than you actually need to live really, really comfortably. So why don't we take a chunk of that and hire somebody? And she's like, I don't even know where to start to hire somebody. And I go, well, okay, well, that's fine. Why don't you send me a voice text and just start rambling off all the things that you don't want to do. Ramble off all the things that are causing you pain, that are frustrating you, they're just weighing you down, the problems, the tasks, the tedious things. Like, and I want you to like really think through, like, and just, it can be a 10-minute voice text. I don't care. Just unload on me. And so she did. So I took that voice text. I then used AI to transcribe it into text. I dropped that text into ChatGPT and asked it to say, I need to hire someone that will take all these pain points and do them to take them off the plate of one of my agents. Can you build me a job description of someone that does all those things? And then I had a job description. And now we can identify who it is. And now we can put an ad out there. We can, luckily, we have someone actually in-house that we're going to present the opportunity to that can do all those things. These are real life pain points. Where do you start when you're trying to hire somebody? You need to understand and organize your thoughts. Sometimes it's overwhelming to organize your thoughts. It's overwhelming to sit down and like start writing everything down. In fact, it stresses you out more just to look at it. So to be able to rattle off some thoughts, some pain, some frustration into some audio form, and then audio transcribe that into text, and then drop that into ChatGPT and have it organize it for you is really, really helpful. And so at the end of the day, there's AI for all these different things. Now, for something like as simple as like transcribing something, you can just Google audio transcribing tool free or something, and there's hundreds of them. Or a lot of times, like there's other times where I'm doing like a presentation and or I'm writing some kind of document and I want it to have my personality. I want it to talk like me. And so what I've done is I found clips of me speaking at an event, or I found YouTube, like a webinar, something like this. Like this is recorded. So what I would do is I'd take this recording, I would drop it into a transcriber tool so that it puts it into text. And then I would put it into my GPTs, my custom GPTs, and say, this is who Jordan Terrell is. This is how Jordan Terrell talks. Because what you don't want is you don't want AI talking for you and it all of a sudden sounds really weird. So I've had to help teach my AI how to talk and think and write like me, because I'm not really grammatically correct. I don't, it needs to be grammatically correct enough for people to understand it, but I don't write and talk like most people. I talk like me, and there's power in us being who we are. And so it's really, really important that we leverage the different tools. I'll do some Q&A here in a little bit, so I can address real life problems. So if you want to save or write down some of your questions, go ahead and drop them in there, and I can address them later. But I'm using this literally every single day. Let me show you another example. Pull up my screen here. So this is something that I've been doing over the last few months. My marketing team is saying, hey, Jordan, we need content from you. We need you to extract what's in your brain. We need to write like daily emails. Like I'm building like an email list and some different things like that. And I'm not a great writer. Like I just don't have time to sit down and write. Like I don't know when I would or how I would, or like, and even if I had all the time of the day, me sitting and writing isn't like gonna get stuff out of my head. Like I get stuck. It's not my gift. So what I asked my assistant to do is I said, hey, can you send me, create a Google Doc with different topics of questions? And I want it twice a week. So I want 10 questions twice a week. I want one webinar suggestion, like a create a webinar, just give me a topic. And then And so those 3 things a week. So she sends me like she books time on my calendar, and she lists out in this Google Doc the 10 questions. She'll list out a webinar topic, and I will go what I call content walks. And I literally go for a walk, and I go to the Google Doc, I copy and paste the 10 questions, and I drop them into ChatGPT, and I tell ChatGPT to ask me these questions one by one. I'll answer the question, we'll go back and forth, and then we'll refine it to a really concise, good, strong answer coming from my brain. And then we'll move on to the next when I'm ready. And so what I'll do is I'll literally go question by question, work through the process. And then this is what it looks like. This is like in real time, like what the actual function looks like, refining client referral strategies. So as you can see, these are the 10 questions I just dropped. And then I'm telling it what I want to do and how I want it to ask me the question. And then I start talking. And then I'm like, they'll refine it and it will tell me something. I'm like, no, you forgot this part. And then we'll just keep on working back and forth on it. And eventually it comes up with a really refined answer that's directly from my brain. And this is kind of what that looks like. And I'll go through and answer 10 questions at a time. And then I'll go do like a webinar topic. So she might say, when I say she, my assistant might say, hey, can you do a webinar on how to handle objections with the NAR lawsuit and consumers out there that are unclear and are saying like, now that I don't have to pay you a commission, what's next? Or, some kind of silly topic. And so again, I'll go start jabbing my mouth and saying whatever I want to say and how I would say it, and like going through scenarios. And then I'll ask ChatGPT to summarize it into an outline for a webinar. And now I have my webinar outline. And so this is like stuff I'm doing like every week. And so those emails or those questions that I was just telling you about, what my marketing team is doing is they're taking those answers and they're turning them into like my database email that goes out to anyone on my database. And they're using my answers and they're turning them into like emails that I send out to my database, just educating people in the market, people that follow me, et cetera, et cetera. Why would I do that? Well, I'm a team leader, and the name of my game, like, I used to sell houses. Buyers and sellers were my customer. And today, my customer is agents. And so I'm constantly thinking, how can I help agents? Where before I was thinking, how can I help buyers and sellers? Well, now I'm teaching agents how to help buyers and sellers, but my customer is agents. And so I've built my business leveraging AI around how do I leverage this tool to help me extract more information at a quicker pace so I can get more stuff out there. Because if you look at the people that are doing things at a high level, it's the ones that are maximizing their time. Now let's talk about time for just a second. Time is a really interesting topic. It's the only commodity we can't get more of. It's the most important commodity there is, that you can't trade anything more importantly than time. Time is the greatest thing on the planet. So when you have something you need to do, and I encourage all of you to think this way, when you have a task that you need to accomplish, you have to ask 3 questions before you actually give time to that task. And the 3 questions are, can I automate this? Can I delegate this? Or can I eliminate it? If you can't automate it and you can't eliminate it and you can't delegate it, then it might be worth your time to do it. With AI, the automation chunk of that has gone through the roof. Before it was just, there's some things I could automate with, different systems and technology and services that I could pay for. I could delegate by hiring somebody. I could eliminate just by going, do I really need to do this? But now anything that comes my way, there's a big chunk going to the automation category, because I can create an automation that will absolutely dominate and get more done in a shorter amount of time. And if you can get more done in a shorter amount of time, then you ultimately will accomplish more than the person next to you. I think it's pretty simple. Like we in this world, we don't accomplish more because we are deserving or favored. At the end of the day, the people that win are the ones that worked harder and ran faster. And if you want to run faster, you want to leverage AI. Elon Musk used to say the reason why he's going to win is because he works 16 hours a day. And so in his mind, he's working twice as much as everyone else. So he's going to accomplish twice as much every year than everybody else. So he's going to lap everybody really fast. Now, I'm not saying that any of us should work 16 hours a day. He's a crazy person, and that's for him. He's a really smart person too. But I think at the end of the day, time is really, really, really a fascinating topic when it comes to AI, because AI saves us time. It minimizes everything that we're doing. And so really the question is what can AI not do? What can AI not really help you with? And at this point, I'm letting it help me with anything. Like I might be going on this is how AI is helping my personal life, which is helping my professional life. For instance, I took my family to Mexico, and I said, hey, I'm going to this place in Mexico. I'm staying at this location. Can you create a itinerary for the 5 days that we're there? Recommendations for restaurants. I have kids ages 9, 11, and 13. They're all boys. They're all behaved. They can take care of themselves. I need family-friendly activities. We like to spend a lot of time just chilling. We do want to do some activities, but we want a couple of days of just doing not much. It puts together the entire itinerary, recommendations, and then I have my assistant make reservations. And why does that help my personal life? Or why does that help my professional life? Because I don't have to spend any time preparing for a vacation. What do we do when we go on vacation? We have to work extra hard on the front end, and then we have to work extra hard on the back end to catch up for all the time that we gave up. And so when you can leverage AI to make a vacation actually more efficient, it takes away less from your personal or from your professional life. So there's so much in here, guys, that I could go in 1,000 different directions. I want to take a second to just see what questions may exist when we're looking at along the continuum here of transforming knowledge into action. Like, how do I take what's in my head and get it to a place where we can present it or train it, or what's in my head and put it into a position where we can actually leverage it for our business? What questions might there be that I can start speaking to? Because I think this is a very customized conversation here.
So Jordan, I'll jump in here because I was really interested in what you were talking about, and for me at least, and I may be speaking for some other people as well, but it's like I know the power that AI has to transform really every industry, every transaction, everything, right? The hard part is like thinking about the use cases, like the specific use cases, and then thinking about what sort of prompting or like what are the steps that are needed to get what's in your head out onto paper, out into a document, without much like intervention. I mean that's like the most fatiguing part for me, is I don't have to like think about this too much. I just want to like follow a prompt. I want to kind of figure out what your process is of like, okay, you have an idea, that you think AI can solve or help you with. What are the next steps? How do you go about that?
Yeah,
process?
so I simply push the headphone button and I just start talking. And I'm like, hey, so I got like 5 minutes. I want to extract some thoughts. I'm getting ready to go to this meeting. Or another example is like I just the other day I had this really great meeting with one of our agents, and there were some next steps, and like somehow we needed to capture what had just happened in our conversation, and there needed to be an email sent to summarize everything, give some action steps, some homework, and some timeline of what needed to happen. And so like I'm leaving Starbucks, I get in my car, I push the headphone button. I'm like, hey, I'm on my way to my office. I have like 3 minutes. I just want to summarize everything that was said in the meeting I just had with this agent. And I want you to summarize it and put it together in an email. And so I just started literally regurgitating everything that just happened in that meeting. Now I'm one that can like just remember all that. Some people take notes in a meeting, and then maybe you're reading the notes. But in less than 2 minutes, I didn't have to use any special prompts. Like like the prompt is, hey, I got 2 minutes. Here's some thoughts. Turn this into an email with action steps and, you know, like homework timeline. And here's all the things that we talked about. Here's the goals. Here's the problems, blah, blah, blah. And then summarize an email. Boom, done. I get to my office. I go get on my computer. I log in. I open ChatGPT. It's what was on my phone is now on my computer because it's the same app, desktop. And I copy and paste it. And I drop into email, send it to them, and I'm done. That would have taken me, I don't know, way too much time. And so Casey, when you talk about prompts, I think there's this perception that prompts are really important, and they are, don't get me wrong, but you don't have to have perfect prompts to get results. Now, I know the more prompts I use, the better I get with my prompts, the better it's going to be. But I'm just telling you right now, like I talk to it like in Jordan slang, you know, which is kind of like a Oklahoma kid mixed with Los Angeles, now living in Colorado slang guy that played football. And so I just talk like me, and it works all day long.
Do you talk to like a GPT assistant that you created, or do you just open up a new chat with ChatGPT and start bantering that way?
I find that ChatGPT just regular is my go-to. I guess I could probably spend more time working with the custom GPTs. And to be clear, guys, the custom GPTs is you can, there's like literally like a library of like all these different people that have created chat GPTs or custom GPTs that you can use. Like, but I've created my own, and it gives you the option. Do you want to share this with the whole community, or do you want to just keep this for yourself? And so in those custom GPTs, you can give it special instructions of that. This is the things I want you to be good at. This is the things I want you to ask me when I come on to this custom GPT. That, like, let's say it's a social media guru that I created. I prompted it to say, anytime I jump in there, I wanted to ask me, you know, like certain list of questions that it's trying to extract from me so that it can start building the social media thing that it's going to create. One funny one, and this was just a test, and I don't know if I can get trouble for saying this, but like I wanted to see how smart ChatGPT was. And so I had my annual, and I hope this isn't recorded, but who cares? I could pass it either way. But I had my annual update for the CE courses, and I just want to see like what it could do. And so I uploaded the Colorado Real Estate Commission, like the thick book. I found the PDF of it. I dropped it in there, and it analyzed the whole thing, and then it answered all the questions for me. I just wanted to see if it would work, and it did. So again, I'm not condoning that. We shouldn't probably do that. But so here's what I did with that custom GPT. Every time an agent asked me a question, and it's a contract legal question, I literally copy and paste from our Slack channel their question. I drop it into that GPT. It gives me an answer. I send it back to the whole group, and it's a pretty like concise answer. And so now I have the Colorado Real Estate Commission at my fingertips, responding to contract questions like, you know, 7.1.2, this box checks what does this mean? And like, what are we supposed to do in this scenario? And like, it's helping advise me. You know, at the end of the day, I'm always going to say, you still need to talk to our broker. You still need to talk to an attorney. But if you want my answer, here's Jordan's answer. Here's my knowledge-based answer. Yeah. And so like little things like that, like I have all kinds of stuff I'm using on a daily basis right there.
I have to admit that I did the exact same thing for when my renewal came up, and the only thing that was infringing upon that process was the fact that you had to wait so many days before taking exams.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, you just copy and paste. But I mean, granted, there are other use cases for it that actually help teach you things as well. One question we kept getting in here while you're talking was maybe if you could go over more about Tome and how you use it to create presentations. I'm kind of curious about that too.
Tome is pretty good. The presentation I just showed you, that was created by Tome. So like I literally had ChatGPT build my outline, and then how do I get that to? Can you guys still see my outline? No, there we go. So I had ChatGPT create the outline, and then I copy and pasted the outline, and I dropped it into Tome, and Tome created this for me. So like going back, I'll just go back to this is the actual app. And so I go to generate with AI. This is your prompts. I dropped in my outline here, and essentially it gave me the opportunity to like edit each slide, and like, so I could even do it for you guys real quick, just to give you an example. Let's see. So here was my notes, and these notes, literally these notes, help me create a slide presentation. I can't type. See, here is my outline. And then I went back in here, like it didn't notice my bullet points, and oops. And then, because I wanted to know that these are like the main bullet points with the sub bullet points. And then I hit generate outline. And then I want to choose layout. And this is just one of the many apps out there that you can subscribe to or pay for. So below you see that I have 4 different possible layouts for that first tab. And I can go down here and say regenerate. I don't like any of those 4. And I just kept scrolling through. I don't like this one. I might hit it a couple times, and then I can say, I'm going to go with this one. And then I'm going to hit next page, and it's going to generate another 4. And I might say that I like these or I don't like these. And you just go through. And so once you're done with the whole thing, you can, like, it's literally like coming up with its own version of my presentation. And then once you have the full thing, if I can, I want to speed through this if I can here. I don't like that. You guys, we'll just go with that one. But you can go in here and then let's just use this one for kicks and giggles here. I spend a little more time. You can actually hit a button and it will just generate everything. I don't know if I like that because it's trusting a lot of things. So I'm just going to pick this one for fun. But what happens now is I can go back in here and I can go back into this slide, and I can go, I want to generate a different picture. Or I can search, and I can say, whatever real estate, house, and change the picture to a neighborhood pick or something like that. Or I can I can search the web. I can literally generate house on the beach. And this is going to generate a house on the beach. And so you can do this. So you can go down here and say, I can change some of the things in here. I can rewrite. I can do all the different stuff. I can edit. But then I can go up here and export to PDF. And so it just saves me time. Again, it's not like ideal, but it's much better than what it would have taken me. I still like to use Canva quite a bit when I build presentations, Casey. I think Canva is great, and Canva has its own AI implements that are happening right now. But at the end of the day, there's probably an AI tool for just about anything. And so if you're needing help with whatever task that you're doing, just Google AI, whatever, and see if there's a system out there that might help, and then start seeing if it's going to be helpful to your daily process. Again, how do I turn an hour task into a 15-minute task? Because when you really start doing the math of that, and you start really looking at your dollar per hour, what is your dollar per hour? Well, how much money did you make the year before? Divide that by 52. Divide that by the amount of hours you worked in a week. Well, that's your dollar per hour. So if you're spending an hour doing something, but your dollar per hour is $200 an hour, then you're wasting time, right? And so that's the way my brain works. So if I'm creating a presentation, the money making for me is the presentation itself. When I'm talking to people, the money making is the knowledge that I had to go through to get that knowledge. But the creation of the PowerPoint presentation, that is a time suck. It's how do I get the stuff that I've learned through experience into some kind of format that I can now share with people, because the money is made on the back end and the front end, but it's not made in the middle. And the middle is just is leverage. AI is leverage at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's almost like it's a combination of automate and delegate, because you're kind of delegating it to the AI, which is somewhat of a real thing, and you're automating the process. So it's kind of combining those two powerful forces and making life a lot easier if you know how to use the tools correctly. So yeah, thanks for running through some of the ones that you use and how you use them for real estate. I think it's about time for us to take a little bit of a break, unless there are any other questions that were not answered. Feel free to put it in the chat, but I don't see any others at this point.
Just a quick tip, guys. I mean, yesterday somebody said, "Hey, how do I set my Rolex watch?" And I was like, ChatGPT, literally did the headphone. How do you set a Rolex watch? It gave me the instructions. I was like, "Give me your watch," and then I set it. So I use it for everything, anything I don't know. Now there's times where it doesn't understand what I'm trying to say, and I'm like, no, you're bothering me. You didn't listen. Get it right. Yeah. But no, yeah, it's helpful on a daily basis.
Yeah, and one recommendation I would have is if you haven't already checked it out, perplexity.ai is also really good at that, because what you would typically use for Google, you say you're using ChatGPT for. Perplexity, I think, goes one step further insofar as it has live online kind of research, and it also then documents and sources all of its information as well, so you can kind of see where it gets its information from. But I use that as my go-to kind of Google search. My mom texted me recently, why does her inbox, why is it sorted by alphabetical order rather than time the email came through? I didn't know, so I just threw it through Perplexity, and it gave me a perfect, give me a step-by-step process on how to change it back to this. It was excellent. Then I realized I should use Outlook rather than Gmail, so I then had to switch it real quick, edit it to Outlook, and that she was able to fix it in a minute. So there is so much power beyond real estate, but yeah, it's incredible. Love it.
Cool. Well, thanks for having me on here. And if anybody ever wants to pick my brain on any of this, I'm happy to share. But it's pretty easy to find me. Just find me on Instagram, Jordan Terrell, and DM me.
Yes. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So here's what we're going to do, guys. We're going to take a quick 14. We're going to give you guys 14 minutes of a break. Come back. We're going to jump back into some AI when we come back. And then we're going to go all the way through to the end, just to give you guys a heads up. So we're going to take a quick 14-minute break. See you guys back at the top of the hour. All right. Thanks, Jay.
See you guys.
Well, we're back and you are standing. And I know why you're standing up right now, but because you are in the batter's box, buddy. So that's why you're standing. This has been all of you guys that are joining us right now. And as everybody kind of comes back, so if you guys are hearing me, you just had your laptop open or your PC or whatever as you're listening, we are back and ready to rock again. So Casey, our fearless leader of the summit. Hello, sir. This is all really your brainchild that we're having right now. And I don't know if everybody knows you. So is it okay if I just give you a little intro?
Fine.
Okay. Mr. I don't like the spotlight. You guys should understand how hard it is just to get him to like come on camera and talk. But Casey is also a team leader and he's a growth consultant. Real estate and digital marketing agency owner. He's a serial entrepreneur. He's been actually in entrepreneurship for a very long time, 18 years of like data science, tech, sales, all of that stuff. But the cool thing about this man's brain is how he's put it to use. And he is the CEO and the founder of a system that I've used for several years called mylinkedsolution.com. And also something more new that he's used in reference to his AI, and it's called linkybot.ai. And what he does with that is that he helps real estate business owners generate more leads so that they can close their deals even 10 times faster. Okay. So it's a lot of stuff when it comes down to lead generation, which is what I've been hearing a lot of lately. We need more leads. We need to generate more leads. How can I generate more leads? What's another lead source? All of that. But Casey in his tech brain in data science has figured this stuff out. All right. So I am going to pass the stage on to Mr. Casey O'Toole so he can go through with you all exactly how you can generate leads and use this in your business today. On to you, sir.
Awesome. Thank you, Cherie. And Cherie was being a little modest. I think I'm definitely not the only brainchild of this workshop and summit. Cherie has played an integral part in helping to orchestrate really everything from beginning to end. So thank you, Cherie, for the intro, and thanks for helping me put this together. And excited to talk about what I'd like to talk about, which is like LinkedIn plus real estate. So LinkedIn, lead generation, and real estate. Those three topics are my passion, and I've been doing it for years, and I've been enjoying every minute of it. So I'm going to go through today, and I'll be talking about the ways that we are able to implement LinkedIn strategies to help generate high quality leads. We'll help you learn how to automate your follow-up systems and book dozens of new qualified appointments every single month, all by leveraging the power of LinkedIn and AI. But before we jump into all of the kind of AI, let me kind of give a little bit of a background of like kind of how this all evolved. Me and my brother, we are real estate partners in our real estate practice, as well as in all of our tech companies that we've developed over the past few years. I'm not really a realtor by nature, as Cherie kind of alluded to. I'm more of a back-end kind of tech person, and I really enjoy like learning and implementing different automated systems that help enable agents and enable my brother to generate more business for his real estate practice. We stumbled upon LinkedIn as one of the primary sources for our lead gen sources about 4 or 5 years ago, because we were doing home buying presentations for local companies, and we didn't really know how to follow up with those company employees and effectively, market to them, let them know that we're their in-house realtors. So after one of our first couple presentations, I then go onto LinkedIn and I start connecting with every single person on LinkedIn that works at that company. And I basically summarized what our presentation was about in that LinkedIn message. And then I said, oh, and by the way, we'll give you up to $4,000 back at close of escrow as a credit if you let us help you buy or sell a home. And that first kind of round of connections and messages on LinkedIn got us like 2 or 3 deals. And that was, I didn't have their information. I didn't have their email or the phone number. All I knew is they worked for this company. And we just reached out to them on LinkedIn, presented an offer, and then we closed deals from that. So that was our big aha moment of how big LinkedIn could be to help scale a business. And then from there, we then built a business around it and are where we are today. But LinkedIn, if you don't already know, is a powerful platform to generate business if you know how to leverage it correctly. It's still underrated and still untapped. People are looking over to Facebook continually, but they keep on restricting how you can target your audience. LinkedIn has really amazing filtering options when you're looking to target affluent people or people that went to your same university, or different filters that will help you generate rapport with your ideal customer profile. Highest net worth per user. It's a very business-oriented platform as well. You're not going to be seeing a bunch of cat videos on LinkedIn, but rather you're going to be reaching out to and engaging with business-oriented people during regular business hours. So you're going to be reaching people when they're actually engaging and wanting to talk about something regarding business. And believe it or not, real estate is very much a part of everyone's, for their future portfolio, or they want to be including it. So talking about your real estate practice and like the listings that you have and posting content about the market, that is not so, social. That is actually business related. So that's all fair game. And finally, LinkedIn is great because you can have access to all the data that you are connecting, all the data of your client, of your contacts that you're connecting with on LinkedIn. So before I jump into some of the AI components and some of the automation, I want to give a few kind of tips and tricks on what you can do to help leverage the LinkedIn platform first. And then I'll jump into some more real life applications of how we're using it and how you can use it as well. So first and foremost, you want to start with your LinkedIn profile. It doesn't do very much good if you just jump onto LinkedIn, you don't have a banner photo, and you start asking people for business because they don't know who you are. You don't really have much of a headline in your profile. It'll be really difficult for you to break down that barrier of trust to position yourself as the go-to agent without a good-looking profile. So first thing you want to do is you want to create a profile, like a comprehensive profile. You want to include a banner photo, a headline that's not too salesy. You want it to be interesting and specific. You want to fill out your experience, and you also want to try and get recommendations as well. Those are kind of like the four horsemen of a good LinkedIn profile. Then once you have a good profile kind of developed and you're pretty happy with it, then what I would recommend you start doing is start engaging within LinkedIn's platform itself. There's lots of ways you can do it. I would recommend doing, all of these if you can, but at least do some of them if you can't do all of them. So there's LinkedIn Live and LinkedIn Events. You could be creating like a local market update event within LinkedIn, and you could be inviting people from your local market to join that event. If you start posting on LinkedIn, I recommend at least twice a week. And you want your posts to be organic, relevant, and native. So organic is meaning like is what you're posting unique to you, or are you just reposting a newsletter that's already spread all across the internet? So you want to make sure that it's organic, meaning you created it. Make sure it's relevant, meaning it's something that your audience would want to read or hear about. And keep it native. Native means keep it on the LinkedIn platform. If you have a market update video, for example, that you posted on YouTube, don't include the link to the YouTube video, but rather upload the raw video as an MP4 format into your and make it like a unique LinkedIn post. That gets a lot more engagement on LinkedIn, and you'll get a lot more activity. And thank me later for that, because LinkedIn very much wants people to stay on their platform, and anything that redirects them outside of their platform, they tend to push down. So keep it native. Thirdly, engage organically and post for your audience. So engaging organically means, don't just post and hope people are going to be engaging with you, but also engage with other relevant posts as well, and comment on things and acting as though you're the authority. So if someone else is posting about some market update in their niche, you could comment on their post and bring in real estate and how that relates to real estate, for example. So you want to be engaging with other people just as much as you want them to engage with your stuff. Thirdly is knowing your ideal audience and knowing why you are wanting to or who you're trying to target within LinkedIn. Now, this might seem easy and kind of obvious to some, but the devil is in the details in this case, because if you just said, for example, oh, I just want to find buyers and sellers, great. We all want to find buyers and sellers, but if you can really narrow in on your niche, on who your ideal audience is, the payoff on spending 10 minutes or 15 minutes of prep on trying to figure out who you can target will pay off, significantly in the end. So rather than just finding just generally buyers and sellers, you could say, I want to find, sales executives or healthcare workers or veterans or people that went to your same university, like your university alumni. You can really dig in using LinkedIn's Sales Navigator filters and identify a target audience that you have some sort of rapport with. So now when you start to engage with this audience, you don't have to rely on whatever value you're offering. You have something to talk about before or within your messaging engagement. So now you could say, hey, John, we both went to the same university. Would love to. I'm a real estate agent now, and I'm helping other people in this niche buy and sell homes. Would you like me to jump on a phone call with you? We can talk about the real estate market, etc. But I think we all know that people like to do business with people that they know, like, and trust. And so the quicker you can kind of break down that barrier of trust, the quicker you'll be able to acquire them as an actual client. And then finally, engaging with direct messages. So once you've enhanced your LinkedIn profile, once you've started to engage with the platform itself, both posting content and also commenting on other people's posted content, you've identified your ideal audience. Now you have the right, and I would recommend they start engaging with people that you're connected with within the direct messaging system of LinkedIn. Now, when you're doing that, again, like I was mentioning on the last slide, is you want to be somewhat careful with how you approach it, because you don't want to come across as spammy or inconsiderate or just not the expert. So I'd be very careful with how you are engaging with folks on LinkedIn, even though it still is a much more receptive platform compared to other channels of communication like email or Facebook, etc. So what I always recommend is you want to build the rapport, offer value, and then ask for business. And because you won't be able to get that business unless you do the first two anyways. And you want to try to get to that place as quickly as possible, because people's attention span is pretty low, and you want to be able to build that rapport and approach them with just value offering, and then earn your right to eventually ask for business. So a message that we like to kind of use from our end is, referencing why you're reaching out to them. Hey, we went to the same university. I see you work in healthcare. I see you're a veteran. That's great. My partner is also in healthcare. I love working with people who are on the front line helping our community. Hey, I just came across this great website that provides some of the most featured homes for sale in said city. Would you like me to send you the list of homes for sale? Or would you like me to send you this market report? Or would you like me to send you this, you name it, whatever kind of value offering you can offer to your clients, you should be able to offer that within a LinkedIn message. And now we're even recommending that you don't even ask for business within the first message, because there's a new trend in marketing that I've kind of come across these past few months, actually. And it's kind of turning lead generation on its head, and it's called demand generation. So rather than trying to generate leads, you want to use these tools to generate demand. And so you want to give, and like Gary Vee has like always been pretty reputable for that jab, jab, punch, or jab, 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 ask kind of approach, where you effectively give value, then ask for business. The new kind of standard, or the new gold standard of actually using digital media or digital marketing to generate business is not even asking for business. You want them to demand business from you. You want them to ask for you to whatever offering you have. And so the providing of the value should not just be like a one-time thing and then hope that they'll want to work with you at some point in the near future. It should be an ongoing thing. So if you can think of some aspect of your business or something of value that you can, continually offer your, leads or clients, I would recommend figuring that out so you can have a kind of a built-out funnel of value. And then when the person is ready to engage with you, they will reach out to you, right? So demand generation is the new thing, and that is kind of where we're approaching with our tools and our system. So I'm not going to get into any of the tech stuff, because I've been told by lots of people not to. It kind of goes over everyone's head. So instead, what I wanted to do is kind of show you more about what I've been working on and how I use this within our real estate practice. And again, if any of you have any questions or want to jump in with a question, just let me know, and by all means, I'll try to do my best to answer them. But so, as mentioned before, I've run that MyLink solution company for over 5 years. It is effectively lead generation, where we can automate the process of identifying your target audience. We would then also create unique, and I'm realizing now that you can't see my screen. Let me share my screen instead of the presentation. So bear with me. Entire screen. Sure. All right, can everyone see my screen? There we go, perfect. All right. So what MyLink solution has done for a long time is we are able to identify your target audience on LinkedIn. We'll then create customized messages for you on LinkedIn, and then we start sending out connection requests, follow-up message, and we begin to build out your sphere of influence significantly, all by leveraging the power of LinkedIn and Sales Navigator, which is a LinkedIn tool. And I wanted to show you really quickly how powerful it is, because, I mean, this is a quick search of people that live in Santa Barbara, Goleta, or Montecito, which are the three kind of areas that I work. They are the directors, vice presidents, C-suite, so CEOs, CTOs, CROs, owners and partners of companies that have the headcount of, say, more than 50 employees. So yes, I would say that LinkedIn is a powerful tool to just find, generally speaking, buyers and sellers. But the more you narrow in on who buyers and sellers will be, the better. And you can do it by targeting seniority levels, so vice presidents, directors, CEOs, all that, of large companies. You can then say people who have changed jobs in the past 3 months. You can even see where their company headquarters is at. So these people have changed jobs within the past 3 months. They currently live in Santa Barbara, and you could say their company headquarters is in Santa Barbara. So there's no guarantee that these are people that want to buy or sell, but there is a higher than maybe 2% chance that this person may be a buyer or a seller because they recently changed jobs, the company's headquarters is in the area, they have high-end seniority levels of large companies. So you can take this result and start engaging with them on LinkedIn. And I'm checking for questions. Are there any questions so far? Because if not, I was going to get into some of the ways I use the AI within real estate. And I'm also going to post this free link. This is a LinkedIn guru bot, I'm calling it. So if you have any questions that you have on LinkedIn or lead generation regarding LinkedIn, you could ask this guru bot any sort of LinkedIn question here, and it'll provide you with some sort of response. So you could say, how can I use LinkedIn to generate real estate business? And I've trained this AI GPT on probably dozens of different LinkedIn manuals, as well as some of our demos we've done in the past. And you can see it providing answers. So similar to what Jordan was saying earlier, you can start having a conversation with this LinkedIn guru bot on saying, hey, I'm trying to figure out how to use LinkedIn to generate business. Like, here's my current profile. What recommendations would you have in order to help me enhance this profile? So I put my best foot forward, and it'll provide you with an answer based on the prompt. So this is a really fun tool for you to use if you wanted to start learning more about LinkedIn. And that's just one of the ones that I've used with regards to real estate. And I use it for a lot of things. So with my brother, I'm helping him create property brochures. I use it for property descriptions. You can create home improvement guides, buyer's guides. You can create a 5-drip email copy tool that's kind of geared more towards real estate clients. You can create like a sales coach. There's a lot of different ways you can use AI. And this is more kind of internal if you wanted to use it for clients that you currently have. And then the next is you can use AI to generate actually qualified booked appointments. Okay, so there's a couple questions. Yeah, so Philip asked if Sales Navigator is a paid service. Yeah, so Sales Navigator is a LinkedIn premium service. It's about 99, well, I think it's like $100 a month. And they usually give you a free month if you haven't already used a LinkedIn premium account before. But yes, it is a paid premium service. But in my opinion, it's well worth it because there is a lot of power in using Sales Navigator, especially if you use Sales Navigator in conjunction with some sort of automation tool like we use. It really helps you narrow in on your ideal customer profile, so you're not, hitting up realtors, for example, or you're not reaching out to insurance brokers. You can use exclusions, but almost more importantly is it increases the level of activity that a LinkedIn account is allowed to have if you have a Sales Navigator account. So Sales Navigator is essential for a lot of what we do, and it's powerful even if you don't use a service like ours. So for those of you who are familiar with MyLink solution, some of this might be a little bit repetitive, but I want to kind of just I'll do a quick kind of synopsis of our history and then kind of get to our newest product, which is LinkyBot. And it is effectively it's like the linchpin of really a lot of my kind of 5-year goal, more or less. So MyLink solution has been around for like 5 or 6 years now. And for that many years, it has been the foundation of all of our services from there on, where it's the one that I was mentioning. It'll help find your ideal target audience. It'll create customized scripting to then send out those messages to that audience. That's great. Our clients are getting between 300 and 500 new connections on LinkedIn every single month. It is generating 3 to 5 booked appointments a month if our clients are actively within LinkedIn, engaging with those folks, trying to book those appointments. And you're getting tons of leads, right? All of those connections that I was mentioning, that's all data. And if you know how to use that data in a kind of like leverage it in a way that would help you retarget them or remarket to them in different channels, it just goes that much further. For example, when me and my brother were using this initially, we were effectively taking all of our LinkedIn connections, and then we would zap them into Follow-Up Boss, which was our CRM at the time. And we would then tag them as a tag that would then indicate to Ylopo to retarget to that audience on Facebook. So now this uniquely targeted audience that I created on LinkedIn is now seeing messages from us on LinkedIn. They're seeing our posts because we're posting a lot more often. They're also then seeing us via email from our email drip follow-ups. They're being added to our newsletter to get newsletters from us. And they're also being retargeted on Facebook. So you can see the power of the LinkedIn data just by leveraging our original software and then other versions of software kind of like around it. So from there, we then built out the next iteration of our services, which is called SalesStream. And effectively, it's just a CRM that does the nurture email follow-up on behalf of all of our clients. So now you don't have to have your own CRM. You don't have to set up all of your workflows in Follow-Up Boss or anything else. We have pre-built, customized email follow-up systems that will engage with your LinkedIn clients or LinkedIn contacts on LinkedIn and then follow up with those leads via email. And then again, and that's great because that's like in step 2. There's lead generation, there's lead nurture and follow up, then there's lead conversion. Now, if you're like me, and I hope you're not, because I really very much dislike the actual conversion aspect of lead generation and like the follow-up, like the picking up the phone. That's not my forte. So I've always just been on the back end, kind of created these different systems. And some of our clients are similar, where we're generating them a bunch of leads and a bunch of people that are kind of opting in for the value that we're creating or value that we're offering. But then there's no actual conversions. And that's where we were kind of like stuck for probably a few years up until about a few months ago. The conversion part was the trickiest part, to get the lead from a general LinkedIn lead to an actual converted qualified booked appointment. And so when AI came around, I was like, I put my head in the sand even further. And I was like, there's got to be a way that we can integrate AI with LinkedIn to qualify these leads and book kind of conversationally qualified client meetings all within LinkedIn. And that's what LinkyBot is. So LinkyBot is what I'm calling the linchpin of our entire system. And it is able to take your LinkedIn conversation, and then based on a particular prompt that we create on behalf of all of our clients, it'll start to conversate with this lead. First, confirm that the person lives in said area, said city. Second, is does the person have any intention of buying or selling real estate within the next year? And then if it passed those two posts, then we say at that point, then send them a booking calendar to book an appointment with this person on said calendar. And that was kind of the big aha moment, because I didn't really know how effective that would be within the LinkedIn platform. And I was blown away when I launched it literally on March 19th. And we got a person indicating that they wanted to sell their house in Goleta and buy a property on the Mesa in Santa Barbara on our first day. So it was all kind of through natural language and through our AI. The example that I like to kind of give most is this guy, Spencer, who's a LinkedIn contact of mine. And like I was saying before, we use the automation part of this to kind of initiate a conversation. We've called it like digital door knocking before, where we're like digitally kind of knocking on someone's door. We're trying to get them to engage and start a conversation with you. But now, rather than relying on our agents to have to be on LinkedIn all day, every day, responding to people while they're actively on LinkedIn, now we have AI managing all this on their behalf, that's able to conversate with this lead and convert them to a client all within here. So for example, this was our automation part saying, hi, Spencer, we just launched our new website, and it has a page that displays the hottest homes for sale here in Santa Barbara. It also shows which houses will be open this coming weekend. I know how fun it can be just glancing at houses for sale. Would you like me to send you that list? So from here on out, once Spencer replies, then AI takes over and begins to convert them to an actual appointment. So he says, hey, Casey, great to hear from you. Yes, please. And then it starts to then qualify him based on the prompt. So like I said before, the first thing we ask is he still living in the area? You still living in Santa Barbara area? Yep, still living in Santa Barbara. AI then says, great to hear. Glad that you're still enjoying Santa Barbara. It's such a great spot. With the market changing, have you ever thought about any real estate moves this year, like buying or selling? He says, thanks. I wish I could have a better answer for you. However, not so much. I've been focusing on buying and building businesses as my investment vehicle. At times, I look at land and agricultural options up to get a USDA loan or other help with financing up in North Goleta or Carp. And then, then AI goes, great. The realm of ag land and working ranches and farms is fascinating and offers unique opportunities. I've navigated a few clients through similar journeys, leveraging USDA programs. It's a specialized area, but very rewarding. Are you leaning more towards a particular type of agricultural operation, or are you open to various models? So this is, again, all AI generated. He says, very cool, open to various models. Great to hear. That opens up a lot of possibilities. We're talking ASAP or more long-term plan. He says mid to long term would be great and would love to learn more about your perspective on this. So at this point, we have verified that he lives in the area, verified that he's looking to buy or sell real estate within the next year. And then at that point, we then say, great, let's dive into this and start planning it out. Here's a link where you can schedule a call with me. So the best part is that he even is able to determine that this link is not for me because I don't really practice real estate anymore, but it's to my brother. He goes, oh, will do, but just to confirm, this link is to a page for Sean. Is that on purpose? And because it has context of its previous AI conversation, it knows how to answer that within that same context. So, oh, thanks for catching that, Spencer. Yeah, Sean's part of our team. We collaborate closely on these types of projects. Booking through that link ensures we can coordinate to provide you the best insights and options. Ready to dive in? Thumbs up. Excellent. And then he books for Thursday at 2. So I think LinkedIn is a very powerful platform currently because there's not many people using it within the realm of AI. So they aren't really aware that this is AI having a conversation. That's one reason. Another reason is because you're catching them on LinkedIn, which is typically utilized within like a desktop atmosphere. And so it's much easier to have a conversation within LinkedIn DMs than say it is on Facebook or SMS or even Instagram, because those 3 channels are obviously kind of cell phone based. People are reluctant to have a conversation with you via SMS because it takes them so long to type out messages. But with LinkedIn, you can have like natural language message conversations all within their platform. And you're targeting the right audience. So I just feel like it's one of the most prime platforms for like AI conversation booked appointments. And it's working out extremely well. Some of our clients have already gotten like 3 or 4 appointments within the first couple of weeks. It's pretty amazing. So I'm going to go through some of these questions now. And if you have any other questions, you can feel free to jump in. Philip asks if the interaction with the customer and the bot seem natural, and does the customer know that they are interacting with the bot? So it's up to you if you want them to know if they're interacting with a bot or not, but I usually prompt mine to not. And it does come across as natural. I mean, this person here, my brother jumps on the call that was booked with him, and it turns out that he's a PhD in machine learning, and he had no idea that he was talking to AI, and he's looking to buy a house in the next couple of years, and it all worked out great. But I mean, this is like a back and forth, probably like 17 or 18 back and forth messages before that call was booked. And you can see that it's pretty natural and engaging. And then with regard to Sales Navigator, this is like a question that I get a lot, and I'm happy to talk about it because it's one of the things that I think separates what we do and offer than what you can get from some other company. But there are a lot of subtleties and nuances within LinkedIn Sales Navigator that you can learn how to leverage. This is just one example of an audience, but look at all the filters. You can find people who have changed jobs within the past 90 days, people who have posted on LinkedIn within the past 30 days. So these are the folks who are actually engaging on the site, on the platform frequently. So a lot of great filtering. You can find people who, let me take some of these filters out. The one that I'm testing out now is I'm trying to find folks listing leads, right? And so when you're trying to find listing leads, you can use the following strategy. So Let me take out, leave that. So I like the company headquarters location. This is interesting because the change jobs in the past 90 days. Get rid of some of these seniority levels. You want to have a nice, healthy audience. But then past colleague, don't want that. So there's some like UI, some user interface issues right now with Sales Navigator for some reason. Not sure why. But in any case, this is a great filter to potentially find people that are looking to sell. What I'm doing here is I'm finding folks who live in Santa Barbara, Goleta, or Montecito, which I said before are my 3 kind of target cities. So that's where they live. But their current company headquarters is located outside of California. And they recently changed jobs within the past 90 days. So this is not a firm indicator that they'll be moving to that new location, but it's, again, probably higher than 1% that this audience just got a job. That job is located somewhere outside of California, and they may need to move there, aka sell their home and buy a house in their new location sometime soon. I also like to make sure that it's in the United States, because if they move to the different country, that wouldn't help you so much. But there's 365 people who recently changed jobs, who currently live in Santa Barbara, but their company HQ is located outside of California. One more kind of Sales Navigator hack that I like as well is using the Accounts tab. So I'll turn off some of these filters. In the Accounts tab, you can filter for employees who work for companies that have more than, say, 10 million in annual revenue, that have a company headcount growth of 50% or higher, and that maybe say have a department headcount growth, or like, you can say sales or marketing. But basically what you're doing here, or maybe even recently gotten funded. So you can say recent activities. There is funding events in the past 12 months. So this works especially well if your target audience is located throughout the United States, but it can also work locally as well. If you're able to find companies that have a company headcount growth of 50% or more year over year, with an annual revenue of over $10 million, I mean, then you go back, then you can save that account. Then you go back into the lead section. You can then filter based on those account lists, and then target on your specific titles that you're looking to be targeting, right? So the account filter is also another great way to target high net worth individuals who work for companies that just got, their Series C or D round of funding, which means that they probably have some money. Or you can find companies that are growing significantly. You can find companies that are on the Inc. 5000. You can find a lot of different companies, and then you can bring those companies over to the lead section of Sales Navigator, and then you can find the employees that work for those companies. Any other questions? So if not, I can maybe start introing Cherie, or Cherie, do you want to, or should we take another break? Oh, your mic's off.
Yeah, no, if you don't need to, we can, you want to roll, we can get to rolling. I just want to make sure that Philip got all of his questions out, because I know he had several that were in here. I want to make sure that all of his questions were answered.
Yep, looks like it. Yeah, so Philip, also there's a lot of material on YouTube on how to use Sales Navigator as well. And we have like a resource page, which I can send you all our resource page too, to kind of like look over. But Sales Navigator is a very powerful tool if it's leveraged correctly. Absolutely. All right. Cherie, maybe we can kind of talk about some of your experiences with LinkedIn and maybe some of your team, or what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, so for me, with my experience, I've been using this system for a few years. It actually, I can't remember if I started using it just after we met up in, I think it was in Coronado down in San Diego, or if it was before, because Mel was using it and she told me about it. I almost think it was before because of Mel, or maybe it wasn't. I can't remember, because I used to coach Mel before she became a part of Village. So I think that's probably when it was. And I heard about it during then and reached out to you. And it's gone really well for us. It's a system that's gone really well. You do tend to attract more higher end clients. That is one key point there when using it. And back when I did it, there was no Linky bot or anything of that nature. So this new brain thing that you have going on, which a lot of my friends in the SaaS community are also in the creation of a lot of AI. So that's why this is so good, that as to what you are doing right now. So in this conference that you wanted to throw, this mini summit that you're throwing for everyone. So let me just say this part. Thank you. Because most people don't just say, hey, Cherie, I think I want to teach people about this. I'm going, oh, that's a great idea. Who do you know? And then you called out these big names and I'm going, heck yeah, because it's such a big thing for me that I always tell people to get outside of their industry in order to go into other things. And the funny thing is, like, before we even went live, me, you, and Jonathan were talking about, and I didn't even know, he goes to a lot of the same exact tech events that I go to that makes my brain hurt. However, I have such a thirst for knowledge and to understand the new systems that are coming out, and how businesses are using AI and how they're leveraging AI, because most real estate agents think of real estate as buyer, seller, contract agreements, and that's it. They don't really look at their business like a business, and they don't look at it as to all of these other system and tools that are out there. How can it effectively help my business grow? And this system that you have helps businesses grow, or would actually help my business grow even before there was an AI part to it, by getting buyers and sellers and engaging in those in the fashion that I don't have to. Philip just asked another question in the chat. He asked, hey, Casey, can you send me some info about your services too? And I'm sure there's some other people that are going to want that. So instead of it just sending it directly to Philip, could you drop it in the chat and still send it to Philip so he has it? But if you don't mind, can you drop it in the chat that's here so that only these couple of people that are on right now know about it? No. You guys, Casey's was a secret. He's such an introvert, as you can tell. But he was such a secret of mine that I didn't want anyone to know about. So how I was getting this, because I didn't want everybody to go and use it. No, it's mine. That was a long time ago. Mine totally shifted.
Yeah, so I'll send it over in the chat, and then and you're using it for recruiting. So, and there's like a lot of other ways you can use it. You can find buyers, you can find sellers, you can use it for recruiting. You can use it just for like building your sphere. How has it helped you with recruiting? Have you worked?
Well, the funny thing is that while Jordan actually was presenting, one of the people that it sparked the first conversation with her, I would say in June-ish, she just called me and was like, "Hey, I'm ready to fill out my paperwork to come on over to Real." And I was like, "Oh, while I'm on this conference, look at what I just get." Casey, new agent to the team. Thank you, Casey. But yes, no, I do use it for that. And some of it outside of just like there's a immediate, this is when it comes down to recruiting. I will say this, while that one has taken 30, 45-ish days in order for her to transition over. That's not typical and that's not normal. Normally it takes a lot longer. So most of the time, if you were using it for recruiting, understand how recruiting or attracting people to you work. And the steps that Casey put in the beginning, you want to make sure that you guys do that. I went to a conference, I would say probably it was pre-pandemic, but it was like right before the world decided to shut down for the pandemic. And in that conference, there was a gentleman there who has since then moved to London, but it was a gentleman there that was hired by LinkedIn in order to learn how, or excuse me, it was hired by LinkedIn in order to kind of beef, or he came in order to teach us how to beef up our profiles and everything like that. So what you were talking about with them initially is 100% correct, coming directly from LinkedIn. And I can tell you guys that that's really coming from LinkedIn. Actually, I want to share something really quick. Let me see if I can share this screen. I am so not even flowing, and this is how it works, y'all. Sorry. Stick with me, everybody. I'm going to share it. Let me move this over. I want to share this, and I'm actually going to share part of my LinkedIn just so that you guys can see, because there's one piece in this that a lot of people forget. And this was a big tip that I got from LinkedIn directly. And when I look at other profiles, I don't see this there. So this is going to be good. And now, one thing that I want to make sure that I tell you is that you want to, it says stop screen. Let's see here. I'm trying to figure this out. Okay. One thing that I want to just caution you guys on here is that when you're crafting this, you want to make sure that you are crafting this part based upon whom it is that you are looking at attracting over. Okay. If that's the reason as to why you're doing it. So if you guys can see here, it is actually this section right here is this about section that most people forget or they do not do. And if you see how long this is almost the calling card as to why you want someone to join you, but it needs to describe you, your mindset, a bunch of different things are in here. It's not just your biography, okay? Most people think it's your biography. Think of this as almost like a sales letter that you might do. So you got to have your personality and you've got to have a lot of different things that are in there. So this here, and then you see I ended it with want to join me. My legacy will always be about these opening and closing lines is one of the points that he's told me. And if you look here, my legacy will always be about helping others grow by reaching behind me and pulling someone else up. We are on a wild, crazy ride called life, and I plan to live it to its fullest. And the thing is this, I wrote that years ago, and this is my first time coming back to this and rereading it. And that's still 100% true for myself. There's nothing about that has changed at all. And you want to also start putting in a little bit more activity that has to do a little bit more with yourself. Okay. This is that organic part that Casey was showing you. Get very real here. And don't make it too salesy. Be you on this. Dress it up more than what you would for a Facebook but not as Instagram-y, where there's an Instagram photo and then there's a real life. We still want real life, but we want it cleaned up and professional, but not Instagram style. If you guys understand what I mean by that difference. I don't know, am I explaining that difference correctly? Did you get what I was talking about when I said it that? Okay.
It's like business casual.
Business cash. Yeah.
Yeah, and kind of speak a little bit more about what you're saying earlier too, Sherry, before you go on. But I think you do a great job in terms of giving more than you ask for, right? So giving more, and than people expect. And I think if you have that mindset when you do any sort of content posting or lead generation, where like don't even come across like, oh, I'm trying to use you to earn more money, but rather I want to build you up. I want to empower you to be your best self. And and that's what Jordan does well too. It's like, and I'm going to do it by providing all this amazing content. I'm going to tell you everything that I've learned, how to be a leader. Like, I'm going to empower you. And then people can read through the lines. They can taste, or they can smell sales breath or whatever. Mm-hmm. And so I feel like you were kind of implementing the whole demand generation before it even became an actual term, where like you just gave, and then now as a result, people are attracted to you because you are a giver. I think if you embody that all across digital media, you're going to have much better results no matter what platform you're using.
Yes, I agree with that. But it has to also be in you. So what's happening is nowadays we can kind of sneak out the fake stuff. So it needs to kind of be within you, and then it naturally comes out. That about section, you can also use ChatGPT. Type up what you would say in your own tone, and then who your favorite person is that you listen to. You can tell ChatGPT to write it in their tone. Just one caution, ChatGPT uses a lot of extra words that just beefs things up and makes it a little bit long, that it doesn't necessarily need to be. So just make sure you proofread that, take a couple of those lines out, tweak some things to say exactly how you would say it. But I will go to ChatGPT, especially if I have to fire off an email and I'm not happy. Mm-hmm. That's me all day long. What do I use AI for? Those emails that I need to fire off that I'm not quite happy at all, but I do not want that to come across in that fashion, because whenever you're texting, typing, anything of like that, it's up to the other person as to how they are going to receive it.
Yep.
So I use AI in the fashion of how I want for the other person to receive it.
Yeah.
And in that way, I can say it in Cherie's term, and AI cleans it up. And so that when it gets delivered, it doesn't get delivered in a fashion where a person has to read in between the lines. There's not a difference in the tone that's there. But if I want my tone to be direct, it can be direct. If I want my tone to be a little bit softer, it can be softer. So I can have AI do that. We all have clients that we have to handle with kid gloves. And we have clients that you want to go directly at. We have those clients that are like high D's, 1 or 2 lines. That's it.
Yep.
That's me right here. What do you need? Please tell me exactly what you need. I don't need all the extra, right?
Yep.
But then we have those other clients that want all of the extra, and they need to feel as if they're getting everything from you. Use AI for that also. That's another practical use for AI in your business for those clients. I've gone and I've put it, I'm a driver. I've gone and said it Cherie's way in about 2 sentences, and I've told ChatGPT, this is the disc profile of my client. I am a D. This is the disc profile of my client. Please reword this in a fashion that a S disc profile can understand it.
Yep.
And it spits it right out. Copy, paste, send. That's how easy that is.
Jonathan goes into that a lot in some of his trainings too, like how to create a personality and then how to like speak to your audience's personality too. But yeah, the disc profile is a great resource to kind of feed into AI so that it kind of understands the tone in which to like, generate responses. Hugely beneficial for a lot of things. But great, should we get on to you?
Let's go, because I'm already here. Do you need to introduce me?
Enough about me. How about you? All right. So everyone, thank you for joining. If you are like probably some here that are kind of jumping in and out, you are now about to listen to the great Cherie Benjamin. Cherie is a distinguished leader in the real estate industry. Cherie's career began in 2000 as a loan officer, where she quickly established her team of 22 loan officers and set lasting sales records. Transitioning to real estate agent in 2006, she later became the CEO of the Benjamin Group, Village Premier Collection, and Winsure JAG companies. Under her leadership, VPC has soared to the 676th spot in the Inc. 5000 list. I didn't know that. And ranks among top 5 commercial real estate brokerages in Metro Atlanta. VPC, the largest minority female-owned brokerage in the U.S., which I did know that. That's amazing, by the way. I'll read that again. VPC is the largest minority female-owned brokerage in the entire United States. Boasts over 500 agents and $665 million in annual home sales across 6 states and DC, which is why it made national news when she moved her indie brokerage under Real's private label. Cherie's leadership and expertise has been featured in the Atlantic Journal, Constitution, Inman, Business Wire, The Business Chronicle, and on 11 Alive News. Recognized as the 2018 Coach of the Year by Club Wealth and achieved multi-million platinum status. Join me in welcoming Cherie Benjamin, a true trailblazer of real estate. Cherie, thank you.
You're so sweet. All right, Casey, go away because I've got some ground. Come back in a couple of minutes. All right. Thank you. All right, guys. So here's the deal. There's been a lot that you guys have heard, and there's a lot in reference to AI. And you all have had Jonathan on, phenomenal brain. You all have had Jordan on, phenomenal brain, and usage of AI. You've heard from Casey, and there's a lot of different thoughts that start swirling around when people go to conferences or when you come to these types of things like this that are online, right? And I'm sure that a good amount of you guys have had this happen. So I am actually going to take you through something that I also take my team through, which is in reference to how you can shift your business. Okay, so I want to go through this with you because there's so much that's coming at you. And with so much coming at you, there's a couple of key pieces that a lot of people always seem to leave out. In that bio that Casey just kind of breezed through a little bit there, that was like the shortened version. It's kind of weird. You guys ever been on something and it's a little weird when someone's like talking about you? That's always weird to me. I never liked the little bio sections of stuff. But this, one of the things that was not in there is that predominantly what I do is business consulting. And in the business consulting realm, I always tend to find very little real estate agents and a whole lot of everything else. Club owners, sports, restaurants, you name it. The one I just picked up, he owns a Jamba Juice. So franchise owners, all of these different categories, but one thing remains the same. It's still business. It's all business, right? These ideas that you're thinking of is a new idea to add into your business or a new business idea. Some of you all are looking at this. I've seen a lot of people looking at this, talking and thinking that, oh, I can take this and I can go create this using AI and put it over here. And now it's going to be a lot easier for me to go get that, put it on this platform, make money while I sleep. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, we're going to go through this actual process. Okay. Because it is an actual process for you. So let's sit tight and buckle up because there's So we've got some ground to cover, and I've only got 54 minutes. Also, just like all the other presenters, if you have a question, enter it into the chat. Just write question, and then I'll grab it from there. Okay? And a little unlike some of them, I am going to look and try to monitor this as we're going along. So if you do have a question that pops up, I will probably answer it in the middle of this so that you guys can know that. Okay. All right. If you see me looking this way, that's because I'm using my other screen over here. All right. Let's get to rolling here. Uh-oh. There's my buttons. All right. Your big idea, right? So here are some of the things that as your mind has been getting going over here, all of this stuff is flowing. These are some of the things I want you to think about. The first 4 that are up there. 1, what is the problem that you see? So what will AI do to help you? What problem is it going to solve? Is it going to solve a problem? Is that problem profitable? Is it profitable? Profitable when you have just an idea. A lot of people don't know how to assign a dollar value to that. So let's go a little bit deeper for that, right? If this is just something that you're using, like I think you guys might have seen in the chat, I wrote when Jordan mentioned that he goes on vacations and he goes in there and he asks, he says, this is where I'm going. And can you give me all the restaurants and where should I do and where should I go? Mind you, he has done that, and he just did that with me back in March. We were both in Kona, Hawaii together, and he did that for me as I was going out there. I just didn't know that he used ChatGPT for it until he actually texted me once he got off the stage and said, yeah, remember that? I used ChatGPT for that. So it definitely works. So can it be profitable? My time has a dollar amount next to it. My time has a dollar amount to it. Okay. If I'm going to be using this in order to fill a bucket for me and I still have to do the work, is that a profitability part for me or is it just leverage? Okay. So we got to categorize these two things because I can have leverage that can lead down a pathway that eventually can become profitable, but that is not what we're talking about. We are talking about using AI in order to turn a big profit, because there's a difference. So some of the things that Casey went over, if you didn't get too far down the rabbit hole of all of the techie stuff, but some of the things that he went over is something that you can use in order to turn a big profit. I'm one of those people that can say that, right? The 4th thing is the one that always seems to get skipped. And when it gets skipped, people look back at their business and look back at what they did and they say, I don't even want it anymore. Someone else can take the keys to this. Mind you, just so you guys know, shameless little plug, I also buy businesses. So if you guys know of anybody that are selling them, I'd love it. I'd love to talk. Okay, back to this. So does it tie into your own personal values? Most big ideas come from identifying a problem. The problems that cause us pain, confusion, and despair are the ones that you should revert right on back to number 1. And what is the problem that you see? People pay attention to and people purchase from things that solves problems. Think about that. You buy a car because you need to get from A to B. You buy toothpaste because you don't want your breath stinking and you want to keep your teeth for a lot longer, right? I use a pen in order to write things down so that I can remember them. All right. So what idea do you have? Because my memory goes after a while, and the amount of things that comes at me throughout the day, there's only so many that can stay in my head. So this thing right here that we don't even think about at this point because it was invented so long ago, but this right here, I guarantee you at some point, instead of using a feather with ink and dropping it in and having ink go everywhere, this apparatus, here was a solution to pain and confusion and despair. Okay. So that is something that you want to make sure that your profitable idea will solve, and your profit needs to be big. Okay. All right. The thing that I said that always gets it a little funky in that mix is that it doesn't align with your value system. And I'm just going to go over this really quick because a lot of times people get very confused about what I mean by that. They really think of something else. Oh, no, I don't like that presented in that fashion. My apologies. They think I mean something else, and that's not what I mean. Okay. So when I'm talking about your core values, I'm talking about what actually motivates you in advance, right? It really relates to how you spend your time, because we spend our time, whether we might go and do a job, but what do you really want to spend your time doing? And our core values also stem from how we feel about what we've done afterwards. All right. What I mean by that is how it relates to how we feel about ourselves and how we feel about others. Right. This key wheel here that you see, that is your standards. And in everything that you do in life, including in this business, including in your big idea, it needs to align with your standards. So I'm talking about your alignment, your standards in your career, your family, your relationships, your personal growth and development, your health and fitness, and in your spirituality. All of these should align. You cannot take one idea and it does not fit. If it does not fit in your standards, then it's a no. Okay? So when we're looking at this, you need to identify what you're looking for. To do that, why is this important to you? That's one of the questions you want to ask, right? What is broken in your life that all of a sudden this pops up? I do a lot of coaching and training in reference to a master practitioner when it comes down to NLP. So some of these is relating to that, because that language then carries over into our clients, into our business, into all of our relationships, all these 6 areas that you're seeing right here on this wheel that you need to make sure you have very high standards and what those standards are for that, right? So what might be broken? What do you wish existed? What do you wish existed? And the biggest key, and the number one thing that we tend to find these things out in our discovery, when we're going over what someone has as their next big idea, the number one thing is, what do you wish wasn't broken? What do you wish wasn't broken? Because as I'm going back, if I actually go back to that slide right before, remember I said pain, confusion, despair. What do you wish wasn't broken? That's where that falls in that category of, all right? That's how you can identify that. Whenever we do this type of exercise and I say, okay, what's the problem? Got it. What's your solution? Fantastic. Why is that important? Is there an area in your life that you see that's broken? That can help, and it's broken. The reason why I ask that, and you might think, wait a minute, Cherie, I'm talking about using AI in order to do X. How does that even relate to my family? Because everything is connected. That's how it relates to your family. And if you're doing it for X, and if that is going out to your client has family, your client is going to implement this into their life. What you are presenting to them, they're going to implement that, and it needs to fit within their circle just the same way in order for you to get a yes. In order for it to even make sense for you, it needs to fit. So start really with this. What do you wish wasn't broken? Okay. Almost sounds like those questions that we tend to ask our clients, right? We always go to, what do you want for the home to not have? So it's always great when they say, I want it to have this kind of that and that kind of that. They'll say, I want a big old kitchen and I want to have this type of Allen. And you go show them houses and they keep turning. You find kitchens and Allens and they keep turning them down and they go, not that kitchen, not that kitchen, not that kitchen. And guess what? You show them a bunch of white kitchens and they don't like white kitchens and they don't like oak cabinets. Go figure. Now, when you found out what they don't want, now you can actually go backwards and alleviate all of that. So what do you wish was not broken that you see that is? Okay. And in filtering this out, this top part right here, who are you? All right. I'm going to just say this. And yeah, we're talking about AI. I get it. But I'm sorry. You landed with Coach Cherie. So we're going to go a little bit into this. Who are you? And I want you to learn how to answer this powerfully. It has to stand with power. Because in order to sustain greatness, you must know who you are. A lot of people like to turn it into their titles, right? I'm a mom. I'm a mother. I'm a sister. I'm an aunt. I'm a grandmother. I can say all of that. I'm a realtor. I am a business consultant. I can say so many different things in reference to that, but that's not who I am. It's not who I am at all. My son plays, my son just won on the Puma circuit yesterday. We were in Phoenix because they had their nationals, their finals that was there. And him and his team just became the #1 team for Puma on the very last game. So they won that, which is a great feat. It is extremely hard. If any of you guys have ever been in sports and played these things competitively, especially when it comes down to being on a shoe circuit team, Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, Puma, New Balance, these circuits of teams, it is very hard because these are like the most elite athletes is who you go up against, right? And I'm telling you this story because his coach said to me, well, Mario's a basketball player. And the instant he said it, I corrected him. I said, no, he's not. He is not a basketball player because you're assigning a label to him. That's not what he is. He is Mario, and he knows who he is. And who he is flows throughout everything that he does, including what he wants to do for a living. So for you, who you are must flow through everything that you do, including what you do for a living. And I have some people who I come in contact with. These are very big business owners. I want you to understand that when we're talking about this, we're talking about a lot of the top of who you guys consider as the food chain without even naming who some of these people are. Okay, these are very large business owners. There's 4 things that tend to get missed. All right, there's 4 things. So what does it mean to be you? How you can determine this is your faith. And I'm not talking about who you pray to or your religion. I'm talking about who and what you believe in. That's how we determine that. Your family. I'm not talking about your DNA. I'm talking about the community that you decide to build. Your fitness. And I'm not talking about exercise. I'm talking about how fit is all the areas of your life. That wheel that I just showed you, how fit is every single bucket that is there? How fit is that for you? And your finance. And I'm not speaking of your bank account. I don't want to know about your investments. I'm not talking about your CDs. I'm not talking about the stock market. I'm not talking about any of those things. And believe you, I'm a part of Real and we get stocks. And so I'm like a person who likes to see it go up a lot. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is what are your principles around money? Because your principles around money are some things that do not leave you. And when you're looking and taking this next idea of yours and implementing it into your business, whatever your principle is in reference to money, whatever your principles are in reference to finances, how this is going to spit out on the other side in reference to whether or not this will have a profitability and whether that profitability will be big or not. And what I find time and time again is that we have a lot of things revolving money that we tend to have to heal, fix, get through, or grow through in order to land prior to even putting out that next idea of yours to the open market. Okay. And so one of these things I want you to understand is that whoever you think you are, you're more important than that. Right? All right. Your faith, it's not your religion, as I said. It is the substance of who you want to be. And it's also the evidence that you need to see within yourself. All right. And the hard thing and the challenge is that we see ourselves through all those different lenses, right? Like I said, mother, aunt, realtor, doctor, attorney, whatever it is, right? AI, brilliant person. Yes. We see ourselves through all of those different lenses. We define ourselves by our career and accolades. I am the number one this. Until you're number 2 or 3 or 4. And then what happens? You change how you feel about yourself. That's why we don't want to see ourselves through that. We see ourselves through our image. It's the image that we want to put out there. Remember when I said that as Casey was reading the bio, I was like cringing. And the reason why I'm cringing is I don't like bios. Like, who I am is not a list of my accolades and what I've done and all of that. But that is what we have warped our bios to become. That's not who I am. And to me, that is not my bio for anyone to present. But I can fall in line with how corporate America likes for it to be dressed up with a button and how everyone is used to presenting it. Because I would have never said, 2018, I did this. I am the largest of such and such in the United States of America. Never. Not me at all. Because I am not defined by my career. I'm not defined by my accolade. And I don't even see myself through an image. I see myself solely as Cherie. So you have to decide who you choose to be to and for yourself. And I say the 2 because one of the things that I've noticed just in coaching a lot of business owners is that for some reason, we never give ourselves grace. So that's why I said to and for you. All right. All right. These principles, your codes is how I always look at as how I look at principles. Okay. Your principles, when I say this, I mean, what are some of your principles? What are the codes that you choose to live by? That's what I mean by your principles. Things that you're aligned with. And I don't mean any of the external stuff that's out there. I'm not talking about a political party. I'm not talking about your religion. I'm not talking about your race. And I'm not talking about your gender. I am talking about who are you as a person without a lens? Without a lens at all. What are your personal core principles? What are your practices and how do they align? How do you prioritize your time? How do you prioritize your presence? And how do you prioritize your freedom? And ultimately, what that question is it's asking, what does your word mean? And what does it mean to be you? Who are you? Who are your principles? From principles and our practices comes our decisions, right? That's where it comes from. So this idea, I want you guys to really follow me into how all of these things connect that I'm going over, because it all connects there. So what type of autonomy do you choose to live your life from? What type of power do you choose to hold in yourself regardless of suggestions and feedbacks of others? Why is that important? That is important because your idea is going to be faced with people who don't like it. Your idea is going to be faced with people that says, why did you go on that platform? You should use this platform instead. And you like that platform and you were comfortable with that platform. Now you're second guessing your decisions and to even do it. You're going to second guess yourself. So these principles is almost like your power. It helps you draw away from others that are not aligned without even needing to ever express to them that you've actually drawn away from it. That's like that agree to disagree type of thing. I don't believe in disagreement. I don't. To me, you are fine being you and I'm fine being me, right? I have enough emotional maturity to respect your opinion as yours and allow you to stand firm in your opinion, no, regardless of what it is. I can allow you to stand firm in your opinion, and I can stand firm in mine, and both will be okay. Both will be okay. They're fine. I don't have any reason to ever disagree. And the reason why is because I have no idea as to what was your pathway that landed you to that thought. I didn't live your life. I don't have your bank account. I didn't think about what you thought about yesterday. I'm not inside of your head. I didn't have your upbringing. Any of these things, all of these things actually are different from me to you. But what I can do is that if you're of an extreme, or if there are some extremes that are around me that do not align with what my principles and my core values are, then I can make a decision in reference to you out of love for myself. Nothing to do with you. I can make a decision. All right. The decision, the word decision comes from the Latin root word of cut off. You know, an incision, like a surgeon, is when you cut into, and a decision is when you cut it out. And I'm going to tell you, some of those people, as you're presenting these and as you're going through this and as you're growing, and the reason why I'm starting this off with you is because sometimes we start off with a really tiny pebble of an idea. And that little small pebble of an idea gains momentum, and it grows into something even bigger, even larger than what we ever expected. I had a little small idea. So I attended what was called an AI bot summit. A little small idea that then grew into an entire SaaS product that I'm building with another team. It grew into an entire product that I wasn't even thinking about being in that space. I had a small idea. Okay. All right. So those are your decisions. Sorry, I just got distracted a little bit by your question. So your 6 areas of life. I want you guys to have a balanced wheel when it comes down to this. So I want you all to think of, what is it that you might be missing in this? In order to discover that, you know, you have to understand that. Well, I love this one quote. Let me say that: to have what you want to have and do what you want to do, you must first become who you need to become. You know, fantastic. I love that part, that wheel that's there. So in these areas that you have of life, start off with 1 and then start putting down who you are. It's the be, the do, and the have that I'm talking about, because we want to have this, but we always skip the be part, right? So who is it that you need to be? And what is it that you need to do in order to have what you want to have? Most of the times we want to get what we want, and then we go all the way back up to the being, because the do was just go get it type of thing. And then it doesn't relate to us anymore. And we're always stuck and out there and trying to filter through and figure this out and all of that. And that's not how this is supposed to be done. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of extra things in here that's not normal, that I don't typically do. Okay, I don't typically do this. You guys are here for an AI-powered real estate leadership summit. Okay, the keyword is leadership. That's in there. I will offer up, while we're on here, until Casey pops back in, to bring Frank onto the stage. If you have an idea without saying exactly what it is, just kind of a thought of a system that I might use in order to solve a certain problem that I have, and give me a little bit of some of the pieces of it that you're thinking through, I will help you navigate, or at least ask the questions in order to find whether or not there are some plugs that you have to fill, before you start building up that house on this foundation. So when we get to the Q&A part, I will let you guys know, and which is coming up pretty quickly here. We get to the Q&A part. I want you guys to ask any of those questions that you have while I'm here. This is not something that I typically offer up, just so you all know that, okay? Because leading out of here comes a lot more. There's a couple of things. Your knowledge and your skill set are some of the things that never leave you, like ever, right? So when I talk to business owners in reference to this, we always go through your different buckets that are there. And some of those buckets that I always describe to them is two things: that it doesn't matter what takes place in your life, it never leaves. Knowledge, skill set. It actually grows after a while, right? Because your knowledge is what you know. Your skill set is what you can do. Your network is who you know. Your resources is what you have. And your reputation is what they think about you. All of those 5 buckets that are there gets filled each time. Most of the time, what I see people using AI for is to teach. Most of the time, people use, real estate agents specifically, use AI in order to fill a teaching bucket. And the teaching bucket typically comes with mastery. So if you always, I think some of you might have heard that statement. I might mess it up. If you really want to master something, teach it. I don't know if it's even a statement or if it's just a thought. I feel like I might have heard that somewhere before, but it's so very true. Is that as you get out and you start teaching, which most people now use AI in order to start teaching and start learning, I don't want you to stem too far away from what will flip into a profit for you. Are you teaching something that aligns with a profit? Instead of you just teaching something that's just to be teaching it. How does the person that is receiving it, what are they going to use it for? And are you teaching that in a fashion that they can reteach it? So are you teaching it well enough for them? Okay. Tools for when you use AI. I always ask it to spit it out on a 3rd through 5th grade level. Because what it will like to do is it tends to spit things out with a bunch of words that is going to turn my reader off. It's going to turn my person off that's there. And it's words that aren't even authentic to me. So tell it to teach it on a certain grade level. That way you can cover more of an audience. All right. So you've got to learn it, teach it to a child. Teach it like you're teaching it to a child is my point. All right. Share that. Make sure you have your audience, and then you kind of always review it. I've seen people put stuff out there and they did not proofread it. It's spelled wrong. They didn't review it. It doesn't sound like them. It's nowhere near authentic. And they always wonder and they go, oh my gosh, I went to this summit. I paid all these monies. I got every single thing that Jonathan presented, all $20, $20 bucks, all these things. And it didn't work. It didn't work for me. Because you left it up to a computer to be you. And what your audience wants is you, not the computer. Okay. So do not leave all of it up to that. Make sure that you go back and you insert you into it. Okay. All right. And also, if there's anything that's a little bit bizarre about it, lean into it. Okay. Lean into this. I am a person who, if you guys haven't noticed, I've only said it a gazillion amount of times since I've been on this call right now, or on this conference right now, that I am not a person who loves tech. I'm not. It's not natural to me. I don't know if it's because of my age, and I won't tell y'all, but it's not natural to me at all. It never has really been natural to me. Email works pretty good. I get a new phone and I have my husband set it up. That's natural to me. My 8-year-old set up my last phone that I got, which is a little embarrassing that he could use it a lot better than what I can. But that is truly where I am when it comes down to technology. So make sure that when you're doing things like this, you're not talking over people's heads at all. Make sure that you're doing something that will always seem authentic to you. And I am actually going to call Casey back up to the stage really quick, because what I would love to do, I didn't know you were going to pop up that fast there, sir. What I would really, really like to do is to, I'm a deeper person, Casey. So you should have known I was going to talk about a little bit deeper stuff. But you have now made a transition, and you're making a big shift also. And you made a shift when it came down to AI. And the Linky bot was so authentic to you. What problem was it? We already kind of went through this exercise, but I want them to kind of see how this works. What problem did you believe that it solved?
Yeah, so it solved the problem that I had personally, right? And that I noticed that our clients were having across the board. It was like, basically, I can't, or the challenge I'm having is it's difficult to convert these LinkedIn contacts to actual sales. It's like, great, I'm getting a larger audience on LinkedIn, fantastic. I'm making a lot of connections, I'm getting a lot of data, all great. But it's hard for me to convert them to an actual sale, because it's hard for me to be on LinkedIn all the time, engaging with folks while they're responding to their message. So it's like, the problem I was solving is basically follow-up, qualifying, and conversion.
And when you did that, so that equals time. I can tell you where that money lied at. So that was time, was one of your pieces, and there's a $sign that's assigned to that. How did you transition it, or where did you see the pain? So if you guys just heard, he mentioned his pain, his despair, right? In this business that he was doing. Is it profitable?
Yeah. It solved the problem, and it makes sense on both sides, right?
Yeah, so you have something that the client wants, and it definitely helps the client, but it's also something that helps you, that then flips into a profit. That is you taking AI and using it and leveraging it into your current business in order to find your clients, that now grows it. And from there, this SaaS that you came up with by utilizing AI, now you have another sector or another section of your business that wasn't there before, that now you can use, and now you can turn a big profit from. All right. And I know this question already, because I know you and who you are, but I'm still going to just ask it because I just went over it. Does this tie into your values?
Yeah, it absolutely does. Like, helping people. I mean, it's I almost care too much about helping people, because when someone says it's not working, that makes me feel like what I've created is bad, right? And so, like, my values of, like, I want to help real estate agents leverage the power of LinkedIn to generate business. It's important for me that it actually does that, right? It's like, it is part of my value system that, like, I can be authentic, and I say what or I actually do what I say I'm going to do, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, it absolutely ties into my values.
Ties into your values. And also, I mean, I know that you are a huge family man, and I know that in building this bot out, like, the amount of time, when he's speaking of time, he's not only, think about this, y'all, when you're talking about your time, we're not only talking about the time that it takes to sit there and message all of these clients back that the system has been messaging. He's not talking about that, just that. He's also speaking of the time that we don't typically put a $sign around. And I don't know if it's because We tend to spend more money when we're around our families, but we're talking about the time that you get to spend with those that you love, that you didn't have before because you were doing this the whole time, right? And going back and forth with them all day long, all night long, because people reply to those messages at all hours of the night. It's whenever they don't think that you're actually going to see it. Most of them are not expecting a reply. So that is a great question. I didn't even ask you this. Does the bot reply at like 3 a.m.?
Yeah, it will. Yep.
So the bot is going to reply when my clients are there. So it's catching them when they are hot, basically, which I am not. How many of us have gotten something in and we are at a closing, we are on a showing, we are in a conference, we are somewhere else, and we always have to tell that prospective client, hold on, can I call you back? We get a referral and we can't answer it right away. How many times do we run into that scenario? Whereas now there is a system that is there that addresses your client when they're on that actual app.
Which means
got them right there.
Which means you can have more P and P time. And I'm gonna quote a book that I read recently called Good Inside. And P and P time is just an acronym that indicates play no phone, right? Because when you're with your family, or in my case, my 2 little girls, even having your phone on you, they can sense. Even though you get a text message that buzzes in your pocket, you don't pick it up. The moment your phone buzzes because you got a new LinkedIn message, it immediately takes you out of that moment with your kids, and you're thinking about who that is. Is it important? Do I have to get back to it? Is it a client? It's like all of these questions are going in your mind, and now you're not present with your children or your family or whoever. And so it has enabled me to literally be able to put my phone in a different room completely, resting assured that everything is being handled. Right? Everything's fine, at least with regards to LinkedIn, right? So I can now be more present with my kids, which is a great thing. So yeah, it's the time that we don't put like a value to, but is invaluable. Absolutely.
Definitely. I mean, so much so. For myself, like this, I'm using it because it does give me that leverage. Part of my business plan is attracting agents also. So what you've known, that's been going on for years, as a business real estate brokerage owner, that even if in our transition over to real, they have so much more that we get for agent attraction than what I even got when I was an indie, so even in this transition over, like this product has been so big for me. I've used this. If any of you guys are team leaders, I do want to tell you all this. I used this way back when I only had a team. I just had a team, and that's it. And that team went from me and my good old friend who's still there with me. And we grew to 48 agents solely in Atlanta market, right? In the metro market. We grew to 48 agents. And in us growing to 48 agents, one of the systems that I used in order to do that was KC System. It is exactly KC System before there was even a bot. That was there is the system that we use. So the pain and the confusion and the despair part, I know all about it. So that's why when he came up with the bot, I was like, oh, yes. Thank you, Jesus. Where have you been, KC? That sounds great. Now, it takes a minute for the bot to kind of sound like you and be you. And that's with any bot services that there is. If you guys use any of those types of things, it needs to understand you. AI needs to understand you. The more and more you give it, the more it's going to, you hit camera instead of mute. The more and more you get it, use it, the more and more it will start to sound more like you. So that is also a big key that's there for you. All right. Any questions? Do anybody have any questions for myself or for Casey? Because if not, we're going to take a quick 15-minute break and we are wrapping with the man, the keynote speaker. So if you guys have any questions, drop them now. If not, and we will try to get those in when we come back. So we are going to come back. We're going to take a quick 15-minute break for you all, and then we will be right back at the top of the hour. So if you are on the East Coast, that is at 5 p.m. We're going to come right back. And if you are on the West Coast, that is at 2, and all of those other times in between. All right. See you guys in 14 now.
for those of you who are sticking with us, I appreciate you staying on. Our last and our cleanup hitter is about to join us, so stay tuned and you'll be able to speak to the
Yes.
great.
So wait, no, I mean, let's just we're coming back here at this time, but I mean, before we even get into his bio, and I fangirl a lot because once he comes on the stage, I don't want to fangirl too much. So how in the world did you meet Frank? Oh my goodness.
Oh man, Frank's the man. I've known him for years and years. He's been one of our first. In fact, I got to know him from just a cold outreach. My brother was following the National Real Estate Post, and we were just launching MyLink Solution, and he goes, "Dude, we got to get a hold of Frank Garay. Like, this guy has this audience and tons of real estate, tons of mortgage, and we got to get him using our product. He's gonna be."
He's like, he's got to use it for us. If he uses this, he's gonna love it, and then everybody's gonna love it because Frank's gonna love it.
Yeah, it was amazing. And then we just reached out like randomly, and Frank's a very like personable person, and he's old school. He'll pick up the phone and call, or like rather than texting or messaging, and so yeah, let's I want to hear about it. And then it all worked out. It's just amazing how good that approach of being open and authentic and bringing it's brought Frank tremendous success, and he lives it every day. So I'm excited for him.
You know, and the other part is that
open here he is.
Yeah. In there. Which is something, because I went, and I can date back to receiving Frank's hello, Frank. I can
hello.
date back to receiving. I will say this: you are one consistent person. I could do, if I just typed your name in my email, it goes back to 2017 right now.
Yeah, it'll go back a while. That's for sure.
Yeah, it can go back a good amount of time. So,
yeah.
As everybody starts to come in, we were just getting some time going on here as they start loading back up as we
sure.
had to take a break there. And I'm going, oh my goodness, Frank is on. So I will step off and just listen away and write away and everything else. But I was like, I'm not going to get on here and fangirl at all before you call.
Oh, you're so sweet. By the way, your presentation was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, gentlemen, it's all on you.
Cool.
What's up, Frank?
What's going on, brother?
Oh man, we have a cleanup hitter. We're wrapping things up, but it's been a fantastic day today, and learned a lot of stuff, and have had a great show up. And so we're excited to have you on to kind of finish things up and spit knowledge onto the masses and help us learn what you know. Because I mean, I've known you, like I was mentioning to Sheree, for 5 or 6 years now, it seems like. And every time I talk to you, I feel like you're always doing something new, doing something different, doing something innovative. You're always ahead of the trends because you talk to so many people. You know so many people. So just by nature, I feel like you just kind of are always on the cutting edge. Our conversations have been amazing ever since I've ever met you. So I wanted to give everyone an opportunity to kind of hear from you and get to know you the way that I do. So as people are joining, we'll just do a quick intro. If you don't already know who Frank Garay is, he is he's currently working with Mortgage Marketing Animals. He was the co-founder of the National Real Estate Post, which is the OG of current real estate trends. He started multiple companies. He's been in this space for
37 years, 36 years, 37 years. I don't know.
36.
You know,
36
after 30, who's counting, right?
Something, yeah. Anyways, I've been really impressed. I am so glad to have you on, Frank. I'm just gonna let you talk because I
Sure.
feel like you have a gift of portraying ideas and concepts to people, and I'm gonna be quiet. I'm just gonna listen and learn, man. Frank Gray,
Well,
everyone.
before you go, though, I do want to also shout you out in everything you've done. You've been so innovative, brother. When you did approach, it was fun to listen and remember how we got connected, and then seeing the original product, right? The original MyLink solution product, and being a part of that, which worked great for me. I have closed several transactions because of you, Casey O'Toole, and the latest rendition of what you've got going on is incredible. I have an appointment for the 26th, next Friday, to talk to a gentleman about $1 million property in the Walnut Creek area, and he wants to start talking mortgages, which is what I'm doing, right? And that came from it, that came. It's like, and literally, I never even engaged with the person until after the appointment was set. Like it did it all for everything. Like holy mackerel, that was cool. You've been a real innovator too, my friend, and a really good one. And you've really honed in on the LinkedIn side of things, which when you first came out with it, and it was like, yeah, because nobody really works that space too well. It's hard to work well, and you just have kept finding ways to make it actually profitable to engage with that platform. And so congrats to you, man. I think it's and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me here. Hopefully I can say something that helps somebody somehow. We'll see.
Sure. Well, thank you for the kind words. Let's just see what it is, well, you're welcome to invite me back on if you want to kind of open it up to Q&A, but other than that, the stage is yours.
Okay, man, I will take it away. Let's see if I can do the share screen. Okay, that works for me. Share screen. Let's see. Okay, good. That I think that works for me, and we are going to do none of these. We're going to do entire screen. That makes more sense to me. And yeah. Okay, click on that, of course, and we'll share. And then we will get to this. And Casey, if you could just let me know that what I'm showing is the presentation. Are you there?
Yes, it is. I see common traits, simple plan, secret weapon. Okay, good enough. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. So I can't see any questions right now because I'm just running this straight from the platform. So at the end when I'm done, I'll just see if there's anybody's got any thoughts or any questions on any of this. So I'll just go ahead and get going. So common traits, a simple plan, and a neat little secret weapon at the end. And so we'll be talking about is what winning 2024 agents are doing today, a simple plan to kind of mirror what they're doing, and then a really cool little secret weapon that'll help you win listings. So who am I? Cherie and Casey kind of touch base on a little bit. If you're not familiar with me, I'll just really briefly let you know who I am. And, this is why they would think, why would you listen to Frank Gray? Who is this guy, right? And even after I tell you who I am, maybe you still don't want to listen to me. But just real quick, I got DRE licensed in 1987. And I became a mortgage broker. I was working for a small brokerage in Vallejo, California, called Advent Mortgage, and I did that for several years. From 1987 to 2007, as a mortgage guy, I closed about 1,800 loans. I was a pretty high-producing guy. I wasn't the biggest, or the highest producer, but I was pretty good, So I did a bunch of loans, and so I've been doing a lot of stuff. In 2007, I founded the National Real Estate Post, and this is, of course, the big crash came along. And that's how the National Real Estate Post was born. It was actually the very original rendition of it was called the Daily Patrick. It was just me and my brother, and we were pretty much just sending a little daily video out to my personal team of about 40 or 50 loan officers. And then it grew a little bit to the entire company, which is about 1,300 loan officers. And then we had to change the name, and we changed it to Think Big, Work Small. And then it just started to grow and got really big, and then eventually we had to name it the National Real Estate Post. And I don't know, at our peak we probably had 250 to 300,000
subscribers across the country. And this was interesting times, though, if you remember. This was the big crash. So, and me and Brian had stumbled on video. This is before even YouTube was owned by Google, right? It was that early. And we were kind of the OG, of video marketing in the mortgage and real estate space. But yeah, it was quite a time. It was very interesting. We wound up becoming very popular, flown all around the country, speaking at various events for associations, mortgage companies, real estate companies, private parties. It was quite the ride for some time. And so that was started in 2007. In 2010, I actually made the Inman 100, which is the 100 most influential people in real estate. And that was kind of a jaw dropper for me and Brian. We both made that, but it was like, wow, we made the Inman 100. Like we were on there with Ben Bernanke at the time, the Fed Reserve Chair. We were like, what? Us? But anyway, I guess we were being pretty influential at that time. It was shortly after that we wound up getting on Fox News here and there with Liz Clayman on their After the Bell program. So, and I got to tell you guys, that was probably one of the most horrifying things I've ever done in my life. We were probably on the show maybe 6 times, 7 times, something like that. I can't remember, but to be on the show now, this is national news, Fox News, and it's live, right? You're on there live. It's not pre-recorded or editable or anything like that. So for us to be on there, they would tell us to go to this studio in San Francisco or that studio in Sacramento, and you go in there and you got a little earpiece in, and there's cameras and lights, and it's just horrifying. And Liz is going to ask you questions, and you have to answer those things intelligently. So it was scary, but we did it. So yeah, we made it all the way to Fox News and doing that kind of stuff. In 2020, I wound up parting ways with my good friend and partner, Brian Stevens, with the National Real Estate Post. And there was nothing wrong. We didn't have any falling out or anything like that. It was just time for me personally to move on and do something different. And so I wound up connecting with my friend Carl White at the Mortgage Marketing Animals, which is a mortgage coaching company, the largest mortgage coaching company in the country. And Carl wanted to start something called the Loan Officer Breakfast Club. And so we did. We've been doing it now for 3 years. And the Loan Officer Breakfast Club is free, a free 30-minute Zoom call, coaching Zoom call for mortgage professionals all across the country. It's quite early. It's at 5:30 a.m. for the West Coast. It's 8:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern time. But it's a 30-minute free coaching Zoom call. It's fantastic. We've had about 30,000 originators across the country opt into it. Every day on the Zoom call, which we also stream to some of our Facebook groups, we'll have between 300 to 600 people a day on the call, and it's just doing really well. And it's probably one of the highlights of my career. It's been really fun to do, but so very, very cool. So I kind of went from the National Real Estate Post as a pre-recorded 5 to 10 minute video that we would shoot and edit and get launched to actually live, doing things live for 30 minutes. And it's been quite fun. So that's where I'm at now. Then I went ahead and got back into the mortgage origination space. From about 2009 to about a year ago. So about mid 2022, I would say. So almost 2 years ago. I was full-time with the National Real Estate Post, and I wasn't street level originating, but due to some, not due to anything, but because I wanted to help out my family and a couple of my kids, I decided that perhaps I would go back into the street level origination side of things, to maybe put together a team or a branch that my kids could start to, be a part of and build something of equity for them. I'm trying to leave some sort of a legacy for the kids, basically. And so I went back into street level origination with Success Mortgage Partners, and it's been a blast. I'm having a good time. I remember everything, and it's just so cool to be back. And one of the things I do for Loan Officer Breakfast Club is something called Agent Animals. It's a podcast where I interview top performing agents and real estate coaches. And those podcasts get sent out by the Mortgage Marketing Animal coaching students to real estate agents. It's kind of a private group, right? It's kind of a private podcast. They don't send it out to everybody. And but what I wanted to do was I wanted to get that type of content out to more people. And with Agent Animals, that gets released once a week. So I was limited on how many high-performing agents I could interview just because, I didn't want to space people out too far. I didn't want to do an interview with somebody and say, great, you'll be on, December 19th, it just, I wanted to be able to have that be fairly recent. I interview them and, within a week or two, they, maybe or 3 weeks, those podcasts would get released to the private community that we have within Mortgage Marketing Animals. So what I did was I thought, well, I love the content, what I'm doing. So I went ahead and started something called the Behind the Agent podcast, which this literally just got started maybe a month and a half ago. But, based on all my experience of being a professional video blogger for over 15 years with the National Real Estate Post, I thought, well, I want to do this. I want to release this. And I want to talk to high-performing agents. I want to get into their head and figure out what's going on, what's behind them. That's why I call it Behind the Agent. So I launched this Behind the Agent podcast. And so today, when I talk about common traits, this is what we're going to be talking about. I'm going to feature 4 of the, I've probably done 30 of these, or at least 25 of these so far, and they're getting released as we get them edited and released, both through Agent Animals and through Behind the Agent. But I wanted to get this information out. And so anyways, I wanted to feature some of the agents that, I thought were kind of just really notable. All of them are. Just so you know, before I interview an agent, I do a search and I find agents that are just performing at a very high level. And so far, I've just done the search in California. And in California, I've got a list of about almost 1,000 agents in California that are right now, today, just doing incredible amounts of business. And those are the ones that I talk to. So all of the agents on the Behind the Agent podcast are great. Some of them, though, are just really knocking it out of the park. So I wanted to go through 4 of these agents with you guys, tell you about what they're doing and what's working for them, and then kind of wrap that up with a common theme that I see, or my personal takeaways. And then I wanted to roll out a very simple plan that you guys can use to kind of mirror what these guys are doing. And Casey, you don't have to chime in or anything like that, but I want everyone to know that I'm making this entire slideshow available to anybody, right? All of it or part of it. It's not a problem. I don't know if you can get that out to people, or I'm going to have some calls to action at the end where they can just email me or inquire with me, and I'll get it to them. So let's dive in. On the Behind the Agent podcast, the format is very simple. I have 5 points, and they're the same every time. First of all, I ask these high-producing agents, what in the world possessed them to get into real estate? Because I always find that when it comes to real estate and mortgage, most of the time, people don't find real estate and mortgage, but real estate and mortgage somehow finds them. And it seems to be the case, too, with these high performers. It's just circumstances happen, and all of a sudden they're getting into real estate. So I ask them what possessed them to get into real estate. I love to explore their first transaction. And when I say the first transaction, I tell them your mom and your brother and your buddy doesn't count. What I mean by first transaction is your first real transaction. You harvested out of the marketplace somehow. How did you get it? And those stories are always really good. Then I get right to the point of how they're getting business today. Like, what are you doing today? Where's it coming from? And they like to tell me that. And then, of course, I go for, what advice do you have for others? I mean, you're doing so well. What would you advise someone who's not doing as well as you? And that's always great. And then the funnest part of these podcasts, I tell you guys, is the last, which is point number 5, which is what's the craziest deal you've ever experienced in real estate? And I tell you what, guys, some of the stories that you hear are just nuts, because I like to present this in this way. It's like the consumer, might perceive real estate, being this glamorous kind of, high rolling sort of career based on, let's think about the marketing that we put out there of ourselves, right? Our headshots and our logos and our taglines and all the marketing glitz and glamour that goes behind it. Just looks so amazingly glamorous. And yet in reality, it's, there's a lot of crazy stuff that happens in real estate. So the stories that you hear on this podcast are just really, really fun. So that's the interview format. So let's get to our first guy. This kid, and I say a kid because this kid, guys, is 28 years old. 28. He's been in the business for 6.5 little years. Okay. 28 years old, 6.5 years. This kid, okay, his podcast, you have to watch it. It is just, he's such a genuinely decent, hardworking, wonderful young man. 2023 closed 120 transactions. Now, at the time I recorded his podcast, which was last month, I think it was June. It may have been May. If it was May, it was the latter part of May. In fact, I think it was May. But through May, had already closed 70 transactions for the year. And at the time of the interview, he had 20 in contract. Not the 70 closings does not include the 20 in contract. So 120 in 2023, 70 through May, I believe it was, through May of 2023, with 20 in contract. You know, pretty remarkable for a 28-year-old kid to have this kind of success after only 6.5 years. This guy is a 7-figure-a-year kid and has been for many years. I think any of us that are watching this right now, I don't care how successful you are, we have to tip our hat to this young man and say, wow, those are some pretty big numbers. And so when I asked him, you know, where is it coming from, right? Where's it coming from? His answers were just so simple. Of course, referrals. Now, listen, guys, on every one of these that I'm going to share with you, referrals is probably the lion's share of where they're getting business. But keep in mind, this kid's only been in business 6.5 years. To get referrals to the extent that he's getting them after only 6.5 years is pretty notable. I'll let you guys know, too, that the referral side of things with these high-producing agents, it is the result of staying very visible with their past clients, and with every one of them. Every one of them I'm going to show you, and every one that I've done the interview with, you know, the 25 or so that I've done. There's a lot of staying in touch, right? And so, you know, we don't have to dive into sales tactics and coaches and all that stuff. We all just know this, right? We know this. The difference maker, obviously, for all of us is knowing it is one thing, doing it is another. That's all. And so I think you're going to get a lot of that out of this presentation is you got to do stuff, man. You can't just know it. You know, you got to do it. So a good percentage of business comes from referrals. And, you know, of course, there's the repeat clients in there, but a lot of his referral is people's friends, people's family, you know, that kind of a thing. So referrals, strong, very, very strong. The other thing with him is he is young, right? He's 28, so he's very good at staying visible. He had this one strategy that I've never heard of it. I was telling it to my wife, and she goes, "Oh yeah, I know that strategy." And I'm like, "Okay." And it's called Snatch and Dash, I think is what it's called. Snatch and Dash. And so what he would do is he'd get like $100 gift card for like Starbucks or something, and then he would hide it somewhere, and then he'd go on Facebook and give people clues. And he'd say, there's $100 gift card hidden somewhere. These are your clues, right? And if you get it, he'd say, all I care about is I would just love you to keep me in mind. If you or anyone you know is looking to buy or sell any real estate, I'd love that. And of course, he'd have his business cards in with the gift card, etc. And it would cost him $100. But he would go on social media, Facebook or what have you, and do these things. And he said people would just go crazy for it. They would run around trying to find it, and whoever found it would get a hold of him, and then, you know, he'd do something for them or whatever the case may be. But things like that were very, very interesting. And then, of course, you know, open houses to this day. Remember, this kid's already done 70. Well, now he's probably done 90 if he closed those deals from May. He's probably done, you know, nearly 100 deals already this year. Does he sit open houses? He does. He does sit them. He sits open houses. I don't know how many, you know, or what he's got going on with his team. I can't remember from the podcast, but he definitely does sit open houses. 120 deals last year, 70 deals through May, 20 in contract at the time of this interview. This is a kid who's staying visible, who's staying in touch with his past clients, right? Who's out there hustling, sitting open houses. And so I asked him his advice. He said his advice was this. First, figure out what you really want. then find someone who's like that, an agent who's like what you want to be, and then get mentored by him. And here's what he meant by that. And I think this is really important, because I think another one of the people I'm about to show you here today said something similar, which is Jose, his life is real estate, right? So some of us are in this business and we don't necessarily want it to consume our entire life, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? Some of us want to get in and just do one deal a month. Awesome, absolutely amazing. The stuff that these guys do, you can replicate, you can mirror. I'm going to show you a plan that you can implement for nothing, cost you zero money, right? That you can do, and you could do that easily. It just depends on how much time you want to put into it. Because he said at the end of this podcast, he said, if people were to see my life and see what I do every day, they might look at that and say, I don't want that. I don't want it. So first of all, figure out what you want. I mean, what's the number you want? What's the volume you want? What's the number of units you want? Right? And then find someone who's doing it, and then get mentored by him. That's his advice. I think that's sound advice, right? If you see somebody else, if you want to do 5 deals a month and you know somebody who's doing it, ask, will you mentor me? Right? See what they do and find out. Pretty wise. Let's get to Melissa Tucci. Now, Melissa Tucci is in her podcast has not been released yet on my podcast. She's an Agent Animals podcast, and I think she'll be released later this month. She'll be released. But this amazing young woman, right? She's been in the business for 23 years, so she's a vet, right? She works at Coldwell Banker West. She's out of the San Diego area. This gal, I was so impressed with her. And again, but this is a real estate agent who lives and breathes it. One of the questions I asked her, because she was telling me about all this volume and all this business and what she's done and what she's doing, I'm just like, golly. I said, just be honest with me. What's your work-life balance? And she goes, the thing is with me, she says, it's good because real estate is my life. It's who I am. It's my identity. It's what I do. It's who I am. She goes, I still spend plenty of time with family, all that. But this is who I am, and this is what I do. 107 loans closed in 2023 for $150 million. I can't remember what she has currently right now, but it's huge. It's massive. She is the official realtor of the San Diego Padres baseball team down there in San Diego. If anybody's listening to this right now who's in the San Diego area, you're probably well aware of Melissa Tucci, right? An incredible real estate agent, killing it right now, just absolutely killing it. And I asked her, where's it coming from? Okay. Of course, once again, that steady theme, referrals. She definitely gets repeat buyers. Does she stay in touch with them? Yeah, of course. She stays in touch, right? I'm going to give you guys a little secret on staying in touch. It makes it really easy for you coming up. She stays in touch. She gets repeat clients. She gets referrals, family, friends, coworkers, all that comes in because she's been doing it for 23 years. She's been staying in touch with these people. And she's also, again, very much like Jose, very visible, very visible. She does advertising on radio, TV, and of course through the San Diego Padres. The Padres story is an interesting story for her. She's been with the Padres for about 10 years. She gets to advertise on, I can't remember what it was, like the correspondence that goes out from the Padres to their database, their fans, whatever. She's on that. She's on the billboard inside the stadium. She's kind of all over the place. I mean, she's done loans for, of course, the ownership. She's done loans for players. She's done loans for the people that work with the Padres, the organization. Homes, sorry. I'm a loan guy. Real estate transactions. The way that she got the gig is she had a friend who worked with the Padres. I believe that's what it was. And the Padres were looking for business relationships with people like real estate agents, et cetera. And they were basically interviewing agents. At that time, she was already like a number one agent for Century 21 nationwide. Of course, went through an interview process and all that, and they chose her. And they've been doing it for 10 years. She's been the go-to girl for the San Diego Padres for 10 years. Like, how does this happen, right? How does this happen? This happens by being dedicated to what you do, being visible, and just cranking. That's what. Oh, speaking of just cranking, I asked her, I said, Melissa, do you have a mentor? Have you been mentored? Do you get coached? She goes, nope, never, not once. I go, really? She goes, yep. I just know what I need to get done, and I find a way to get it done. She's just a determined go-getter. Something special. The way she got into real estate is she was selling ads for the Yellow Pages. I don't know if you guys remember this, the Yellow Pages, right? She's selling ads for the Yellow Pages. She would call all day long. She might have to call 100 or I think she said 200 phone calls to even just get one sale where, you put an ad in the Yellow Pages. She met her husband by doing those calls. He was a contractor that built homes. Of course, sold him an ad. They wound up getting to know each other, got married. And he said, man, you should do real estate because, you're doing this for Yellow Pages ads. You could be killing it. And so she thought that's a good idea, and she looked into it, and that's how she got in. But she does do advertising. She's on radio. She's on TV. That is pay to play, right? So, but she can afford it because she's got the money. And also community. She's involved with her community. She sits on nonprofits. She's visible. Very, very visible, right? When I asked her advice, she said it's dedication, hard work, persistence. She said, hold yourself to a higher level of professionalism. Stay on top of the industry, put in the time, and be passionate about the business. That's what she said. Big numbers, right? Big numbers. This guy, super interesting. Andy Rupley. He works out of Susanville up in Northern California. It's kind of a rural area, right? With Remax, and he has his own team, the Smith team. He's been in the business only 3 years, guys. 3 years. 3 years. In the last 6 months, this is just for this year of 2024, 50 closings, 20 of which were in May. Okay? 3 years in the business, 50 closings in 6 months. How? Who is this guy? Right? How do you do this? I said, where's it coming from? Check this out. Repeat buyers. I'm like, repeat? What do you mean repeat buyers? You've been doing this for 3 years. I don't get it. He goes, yeah, this is what I do. He says, I get my first time home buyers and I'm very clear with them and I let them know this is not your forever home. I want you to understand that you are buying a stepping stone. That's what you're doing. Okay? Do not even think of this as the home you're going to stay in forever. You're not. And he said, after 2 years, the capital gains issue goes away. And now you could sell that house and put all the money into the next home and not get taxed on it. So when 2 years comes up, we're going to start looking for another home. That's how he sells these guys. And they're like, okay. So he's only been in the business 3 years, right? But now he's starting to work those clients that he put in, over 2 years ago, and he's converting them, and he's getting the listing, right? Getting the listing, and getting the sale. In fact, on the podcast, I think he said he got the listing, he got the sale. A recent transaction, he listed the home, and then got the sale, but he sold him one of his listings, right? So he got the double in that. So he's just doing really, really well. But he has this method. He's also just very, very good about his sphere of influence. So SOI means sphere of influence. This is just people that you know, right? And I've got a tool for this for you guys coming up. This is just people that you know, family, friends, old coworkers, whatever, but just letting him know what he does. But 70% of his business is through bought leads. Yeah, this is Zillow, this is Realtor.com, this is all those leads. But he has a very high conversion rate. And the reason that he has a very high conversion rate is he's very systematic in his approach to converting them. Now, you can see all these podcasts. It's just behindtheagentpodcast.com. So, I'm going to give you the link at the end. You can go see all these podcasts. They're just, you have to hear what these guys have to say. So that's where he's getting his business from now. His advice, number one, know your numbers. Know your numbers. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? He goes, no. It's like if you're buying leads, right, you need to know exactly what your conversion rates are, those, so that you can quantify what each lead means to you in money, what each lead costs, and what it could potentially generate for you. He says, I know my numbers. I'm extremely good at tracking myself, tracking my leads, tracking my closings. Know your numbers. Very smart, very wise. He also said, communicate fast, answer your phone, and do what you say you're going to do. In other words, if you tell somebody, I'll be calling you back, you make sure you call them back, right, et cetera. But he does do his best to answer that phone as soon as that call comes in. And if he can't answer it immediately, he gets back to it immediately, right? As fast as he can. So good stuff. Okay, Jill Fulsari, she's close to me. She's in Alamo, California. She works with a company called The Agency, and she's been in the business for 18 years. Her story is super cool because even when she was a high school kid, she was a real estate junkie. She was into real estate as a child. She'd go to open houses when she was 16, 17 years old just because she just dug it, right? When her parents were in the restaurant business, she worked within that industry for them. And I forget where they lived, somewhere in the South Bay, maybe it was San Francisco, and they were going to move to where she is now, the Alameda or Alamo area. And she was so excited because she got to go out looking for homes. And she went out. She's the one that found her parents' new home. I mean, she wasn't licensed at the time, but she found this is the one, So just a real passion for the business. She's closed 25 transactions already this year, and that's June is not correct. It was May. My bad. As of May, already 25 transactions for a total of $50 million. Each of her listings is about $2 million. She's got a listing right now, I think, for $12 million in Alamo. But just a dynamo. And again, she was on Agent Animals, so her podcast won't be out for quite some time. But when I asked her, where's it coming from? And she said basically just referrals, right? Past client, repeat clients, family, friends, coworkers from them. She does stay in touch with them on a regular basis, and word of mouth. And when I said, what do you mean by word of mouth? She goes, well, I put myself out there. People see my presence on social media, etc. They know who I am because I'm so in their face. I'm very visible that now people just reach out to me, right? They just reach out to me. They might not be coming from a referral or anything like that, but I've done enough over the past several years to establish myself as a presence in the Alamo area where people just know who I am. Word of mouth. When I asked for advice, she said, know what you want, just like Jose, right? Know what you want. Put yourself out there. She said, talk to friends. Communicate, right? Coffee talks, lunch talks. Put yourself where there's opportunities. And what she meant by that was socialize, cocktail parties, chamber mixers, right? Put yourself where there's opportunities. Places where conversations about real estate come up. That's how she does it. Really, really remarkable. I think my takeaways from these four, and from all of them really, were know what kind of agent you want to be. Are you a 6, 10, 50, 100 plus unit a year person? And any of these is fine. Any one of them is fine, right? But know what you want to be, right? And understand if you want to be a 50 or 100 plus year agent, it's going to take a little work, right? It's going to take some time. You have to put some effort into that, right? A lot more if you want to be a 6 or 10. Be focused, driven. And I got to say, from these guys, from what I learned, just kind of obsessed with the business. Like they really, all of them in these four anyway that I showed you, they really dug it. I mean, they loved it, right? Oh, have a plan. They all have a plan. You got to have a plan. Have a mentor that's done or doing the amount of business that you desire to do. Okay? Know your numbers. Know your lead to close conversion ratios. Don't just spend money. If you're doing the Zillow leads or the Realtor.com leads, don't just spend money and not meticulously track what your return on your investment is, right? In fact, Andy said, look, he said, I've had to call my Zillow rep and say, I'm the St. Penn and I'm going to quit unless we do something different here, because he's, very diligent to track his numbers, and they make adjustments, right? Continually put yourself in a position where you can engage with people, have conversations, be visible, right? Learn how to properly market and conduct open houses. All of them did say that, pretty much. Open houses are a big deal, but open houses can be done really, really well if you know what you're doing, and lean on your mentors for that. How to really do a good open house, right? And overall, be sure to always ask for the business. Let people know what you do, and then say, hey, if you know anybody that needs my help, let me know. So I've got a simple plan real quick. I'm looking at my time. I'm doing great on time. A simple plan that you could deploy. And again, you can have this PowerPoint. It's no problem. It's a fast way to get more business, right? It's the fastest way to get more business by engaging with people and asking for the business, basically, is what it is. And so on the mortgage marketing animals, we have a plan for originators, but this plan basically can be done for real estate people as well. In fact, there's a real estate coaching company out there called Core, which is almost identical to the mortgage marketing animals plan for loan officers. It's the same thing, and it involves, I hate to say this, and I know we're on an AI-driven webinar, but I love what Cherie said, where she said, you still have to put you into that, right? I use AI every single day. I use it as a tool to help me get some things done, primarily correspondence and that type of stuff. And of course, Casey's tool is doing its job for me in the background. That's amazing. But I still have to prospect. I still have to call people. I still have to engage. Okay. I'm sorry, but all these people that I talk to and that are on the Behind the Agents podcast, you go and listen to them all. They're people that have conversations with people. They let people, they're people that let people know what they do. They speak to people, right? It's the way you get it done. So if we could do this every day, have 13 proactive outbound hellos to people who can send us business. So we call it 13 talk tos. If you could have 13 talk tos a day, I want to talk to 13 people today and just remind all of them that, hey, I do real estate. If you know anybody looking to buy or sell, I hope you think of me, right? Try to have 3 face-to-face meetings that matter. I interviewed a kid. His name's Trent Cady. I think it was Trent. Pretty sure it's Trent Cady. And this kid, he loves to go to the gym. I call him a kid because he's young. He loves to go to the gym, and he tries to have 3 conversations every day at the gym. He kind of owns the gym. He's gotten so much business out of the gym, it's ridiculous. But he makes sure to actually talk to people. So at least, and he says, I get that done by 8 a.m. So, but 3 face-to-face meetings a day, right? 3 face-to-face. This could be as simple as being in the grocery store, buying some groceries with the cashier, giving them your card and just say, you seem like a really nice person. If you ever need any real estate, just let me know. Okay. Here's my card. Give it to the cashier. That's a face-to-face engagement, right? 5 written hand notes to people that you've called or met. That should be a T on there, or met. Sorry about that, right? 13, 3, 5 every day. But I mean, if we want to do some business, this is kind of what we need to do. So when we talk about calling people, who do we call? And again, you can have this. I'm going to go through this really quickly. But when we talk about having conversations with people, who do we call? Well, business partners, builders, title people, escrow people, attorneys, photographers, stagers, insurance agents, handymen, contractors, landscapers. As real estate agents, we're in touch with so many affiliate type businesses. Think about this. I don't know. Think about who your favorite escrow officer is, and I would ask you, how much business have you got out of your favorite escrow officer? And some of you may say a lot, and great, you did a good job. But, I got a feeling that a bunch of us would say none, but yet you send them business all the time. How about your title reps that come running around asking for business? How many of them have sent you a deal? Well, maybe not a lot, but here's the truth. You probably never asked, right? You just never asked. All right. So business partners you don't know, we can start relationships with them. These could be business owners around town. Your current pipeline of clients that are under contract. We call this our just ask calls. Your past database of closed clients. Your pre-approved and lookings. These are people that they're pre-approved. We haven't found them a contract yet. How often do we ask them for the business? Expired listings, lead groups, BNI, Zillow, similar leads. There's a lot of calls. To have 13 talk tos a day, I'm telling you, if we really start to think about what we got going on, it's not that many. Another thing that we do every day is we call leads, right? Any leads that you've got, that have come in, referrals that you haven't connected with yet, check them all. Follow up on leads pretty much every day. Ask for the business. Space out the follow-ups as you see fit, daily, weekly, monthly. This is open house leads, bot leads, referrals. But just remember, ask for the business. And I say here in caps, on the first call. Now, you're going to call me crazy, but I'm going to tell you, you're crazy if you don't do it. I do this. My realtor referral partners, when they send me a referral, look, first of all, I know how hard they work to get that goddamn referral, right? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that I'm asking for the business for that referral, from that referral on a consistent basis, so that if I can find somebody else that they know, a friend, a family, a coworker, looking to buy or sell, I can dig that person up and hand it back to my referral partner. That's what I do. That's called our real-time referral program. But this is what an agent should do too. And I ask for the business on the very first conversation that I have. You should too. Don't be afraid to do it. You're going to have a conversation with a referral or a lead or whatever the case may be, right? Don't be afraid at the end of that call just to say, hey, it's good talking to you. I'm going to see if I can find some properties that fit your parameters, get you set up on a portal, get things going, and then we can follow up in the next day or so. Does that sound okay? And they're going to say, yeah, that sounds great. And you say, hey, before I let you go, can I ask you a big favor? And they're always going to say, sure. And you say, look, I know we just met. We're just getting to know each other. But here's the thing is, now that you're looking for real estate, the funny thing is you're suddenly going to come into contact with all kinds of other people that might be interested in real estate. This could be your friends, your family, your coworkers. If you happen to come across anyone that might be looking into real estate as well, just like you, can I count on you to maybe connect me to them? And I 100% promise you, I guarantee you this, every single one of them is going to go, oh, yeah, okay. That's what they're going to say. And when you ask that on the very first time, right, on the very first call, you can follow up and ask it again and again and again. So if they said, yeah, sure, that's fine. I can't think of anybody right now, but yeah, I'll keep you in mind. And then what you can say is, great. Well, if it's okay, from time to time, I'll just remind you. I'll just, when we're talking, going through this process, when I say goodbye, I'll say, hey, don't forget, if you come across any family, friends, or coworkers looking to buy or sell, keep me in mind, okay? Is it okay if I say that once in a while? And they'll always say yes. You just ask them on the very first call. You get the permission to ask them throughout the transaction, and you ask them throughout the transaction. I can't tell you how many people I've taught this to over the years of being a professional trainer, national trainer and speaker, that people have called me up and said, dude, that freaking works. I go, I know it does. Everybody thinks they don't ask for a referral until the deal's done and they've done a heroic job. Bad idea. Not smart. People, when they're in the throes of a transaction, that's when they're talking to everybody. That's when you need to make it clear that you're looking for other people. So let's hustle along. Mondays. Here's what we can do on Mondays. Past clients. We do a weekly email to past clients, monthly snail mail, right? Quarterly phone call, and we do social media posts as well, right? Weekly social media, typically. All right. Be sure to ask for the business. Quarterly phone call. Call once a quarter. Okay. Weekly email, monthly snail mail, something in the mail. Quarterly phone call, and stay in social media. When you have a conversation with them before you hang up the phone, you say, hey, before I let you go, if you come across anyone looking to buy or sell, can I count on you to connect me to them? You always ask for the business. Always. Okay? Always. There's this thing called Sensations. If you're worried about the monthly mailer, this thing is so cool. Just go to sensations.com. It's super inexpensive. It's easy. It's effective. You could use it for your past clients, your sphere of influence, and your farming, right? Your farms. And it's postcards that people keep, right? So these are going to be basically their recipes, and they're right. It's all branded to you. Think about that on your farm. Once a month, you send to, 1,000 postcards that are a recipe to your farm. They typically don't get thrown away. They will, but a lot of people will get that. Oh, it's a good recipe. I'll keep it. Where do they put it? Where all the other recipes are. They get one a month, right? And then all of a sudden they've got this material that they've been hanging on to that's all branded to you. It works. It's super inexpensive. Check it out. Okay. Tuesdays, industry partners, You can call them, text them, video text, video email, direct message on social media, handwritten notes, in-person meetings. Industry partners, your pest people, your roofers, your contractors, your loan officers, your escrow people, right? These people. Tuesdays, we went 13 talk tos a day, right? 5 personal notes. Ask them for the business. You send them business, ask for it back. You'll be shocked at what you'll get, right? Communicate every couple of weeks. The call's appreciation. Thanks for referral if you got one. How you doing? Let's get together. Hey, I've got another realtor that'd like to meet you, right? Ask for the business. Also, partners that are new to you. Go out and find some new partners. Create a list of 30 people. Partners, right? Call them once a week for 12 weeks to ask for a coffee. Once you've had the coffee, frog them. What is that? On the coffee meeting, I should say, you frog them. What does frog mean? Family, recreation, occupation, goals. It doesn't have to all be about business. Just get to know them, build a relationship. Follow up, follow up once a month or every couple of weeks. Ask if they know anybody who needs your help. People do this all the time. I've talked to very successful real estate agents. This is a big part of their business, huge part of their business, right? Try to get a list of about 40 partners, right? And then you can just continually work on them. If you have 40 partners and you get at least one good referral a quarter, that's 160 transactions a year. Think about it. 40 partners that you have a solid relationship, you stay in touch with them, every week, every couple of weeks, you're doing phone calls, conversations, meeting with them, 40 of them. All you need is a closed deal once a quarter. Okay. Wednesdays, sphere of influence. Make sure we get a list of 250 people. Business owners, people from church, people from college, people from your kids' school or sports teams, etc. Call quarterly, just like past clients. See what they're up to. How's it going? Remind them what you do. Hey, before I let you go, don't forget, I sell real estate. If you come across anybody looking to buy or sell, can I connect me? If you're not familiar with Covey Export, it's in the App Store. It's Export by Covey, Covve. Export by Covey. It used to be free. It might cost like $4 now. And, but what it'll do is you'll literally push a couple of buttons and it'll email you a CSV Excel file of every contact in your phone. And I'm telling you what, you'll be shocked at how many people you have in your phone. That's your sphere of influence. Once you get that spreadsheet, you can weed out the ones that you don't want in there and upload that spreadsheet to your CRM and start making calls, right? Just make phone calls. Just, hey, just want to touch base with you. Some of them you won't even know who they are. But even the ones you don't know who they are, the way I handle that is I'm like, hey, you're in my phone. I'm not sure. I usually do a funny thing. Like if I'm calling a guy named Bob and I don't know who he is, right? This is what I say. I click Bob. If he answers and I'll say, Bob, and let's say his name's Bob Jones. I'll say, Bob, I'll be honest with you. I was trying to call a different Bob on my phone, but my big fat fingers pushed your name and it started ringing Bob Jones. And I thought to myself, I'm not sure who you are. So I figured I'd just let it ring. And if you answered the phone, I'd just ask you, who the heck are you? How do we know each other? I've done that many times, right? And then a lot of times I'll get reminded who they are. But sometimes it's been, I don't know. Well, hey, if you need any mortgages, let me know. So Thursdays, active and pre-approved clients. So these are active or clients that we're currently in a transaction with, right? We're under contract. We're trying to close them. Call them every Thursday, give them a little update status. And the reason that you're calling, right, is to just simply say, hey, before I let you go, just anybody come to mind who might that might be thinking about buying or selling? Have you talked to anybody who might have some interest? You ask for the business, right? You also, and plus you can call both of the sellers or buyers, right? Any other referring person, insurance rep, loan officer, whatever, and do the same thing. Just quick touch base, update, let me know, if you know anybody else. Same with your pre-approved and lookings. You can do these both on Thursdays, right? Your pre-approved and lookings, just, hey, man, I'm still looking. Have you seen anything interest you yet? No? All right, I'll keep the search going. All right, well, don't worry. Your home's out there. It's out there. Hey, before I let you go, don't forget, do you happen to know anybody else that might be looking to buy or sell? You just ask. If you continually ask, you'll get it. Friday through Sunday, of course, open houses, that type of a thing, right? All right, so that is an easy plan. It involves just, engaging with people, but I think it gives you a lot of ideas on how you can find these people. The phone calls are just simple phone calls, but I think the real key to that, in fact, I know the real key to that is you have to always end that phone call by reminding them what you do and just saying, hey, before I let you go, don't forget, if you happen to find any or come across anybody looking to buy or sell, hey, can I count on you to connect me? And you may say to yourself, well, I can't do that all the time, and blah, blah, blah. And I'll say, that's unfortunate for you, because the people that do it all the time get the deals. He who makes the most offers wins, and that's just the god-darn truth. That's just how it is. And you could do it in a cool way. You don't have to sound like the cheesy, and if you buy it today, you don't have to be that person. Just at the end of the call, hey, man, don't forget, if you know anybody looking to buy or sell, let me know, okay? They'll all be like, okay, man. That's all they need, right? Because 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5, 6 weeks down the road, when somebody pops up and go, Frank, I'm going to give them to Frank. But if I wasn't doing that, they wouldn't think of me at all. Okay, so let's wrap this up. I'm going to show you a secret weapon. And this is by making use of a relatively unknown service. And this thing is going to give you an upper hand on listing appointments where a potential seller is interviewing multiple agents for the job. So if you've ever found yourself in a situation where you're going to make a listing presentation, but you know that that potential seller is going to be talking to more than one agent, this tool will win those presentations for you. It just does. We've got proof positive of it. This is something called MoveTube. You're probably not too aware of it. It's kind of under the radar for most agents out there, but this thing is just incredible. MoveTube is a property search on TV. It's property search on streaming TV. So I don't know if you're aware of this, but a lot of people have these streaming devices like a Roku or a Amazon Fire Stick, Apple TV, Google TV, Samsung TVs, LG TVs. These are all streaming television devices or TVs. The weird thing is, and a lot of people don't realize this, is 93% of U.S. people have used streaming devices in 2023. 93% of everyone in the country, right? Resulting in 240 million people in 2023 used a streaming device. Roku, Amazon, Apple. Look at this. Over 120 million people use their Roku device every day. That's just Roku. That doesn't count Amazon or Apple TV or Google or streaming programming on their Samsung TV or LG TV. The top two television brands in the U.S. are Samsung and LG. Both are streaming TV platforms. This property search channel, if you can see this picture here, these are people sitting around their big screen TVs searching for real estate nationwide, right? You can search for it. MoveTube's on every single streaming device, right? They're on Samsung TV, and I think they're going to be released on LG shortly. This happens to be Melissa Tucci's flyer that she gets. So when you get a MoveTube account, which is free for real estate agents, this is free for you, okay? You get this flyer that's branded to you that says, list with me, get your home on TV. Talks about streaming TV. And here's the deal. Every single seller you talk to, look at these numbers, 93% of U.S. people use streaming TV in 2023. Literally every single seller you talk to, if you say, do you happen to have a Roku or an Amazon or an Apple TV? They're going to go, yeah, got one, right? You're going to be able to say, well, if you list with me, I'm going to get your listing on TV. And this is going to be the reaction with a 100% certainty. I guarantee it from the bottom of my heart because I've experienced it many times. They're going to go, what? That is cool. You're kidding me. How do I see it on my TV? Right? That's exactly what's going to happen. I can assure you with full certainty that no seller is ever going to say, really? How many people are watching that? Not one. They're all going to go, wow, cool. How do I see it? That's neat. That's exactly what everyone's going to say. And you could leave them with this flyer. There's a little QR code here that shows them how to add the channel to their streaming device, whatever streaming device they have, which is extremely simple to do. Okay. MoveTube is absolutely 100% free to real estate agents, but you do have to have a sponsor advertiser. That's how MoveTube stays in business, is they let basically loan officers have their branding on your listings on the TV, right? So that's what it takes, and it's no big deal. Okay. There's also other features and benefits to MoveTube that help convert listings as well, right? And to sign up for MoveTube is super easy. It's just movetube.ai. movetube.ai. Okay. One of the other features that's in MoveTube that's really cool is it creates, you can just, with a push of a button, it imports your listings automatically. By the way, they all get imported automatically. And then, because you connect it to your MLS or whatever, inside it gets connected. And they all import automatically. They all get onto the TV with all of your branding and your QR codes and your face and your phone numbers. Beautiful. And they look absolutely stunning. If you're the kind of agent that has really high-end properties and you make those really spectacular property videos, you can just upload them right in it's called MoveTube Studio. You're on the web, the account where you actually work inside. You upload it there and it'll translate that to the television. You should see those videos that you spend that money on. You should see them on the big TV. They're amazing. They're freaking incredible. Okay. But inside MoveTube, they've got this thing called Recording Studio. You click the record button, you read a little script, and it clones your voice. And then what it does is, again, you click a couple buttons, and it will create a video with a custom AI generated narration that's your voice. And at the end of it says, call me, Frank Array, at 707-695-6313 if you'd like a tour. It's freaking cool. Oh, they automatically get posted to YouTube as well. But you can download them, and they're easily just, you download them. You can put them on your Instagram, your Facebook, your LinkedIn, wherever you want to put them. These videos, they get done free, automatic, just incredible, right? Just push a couple of buttons. So the feedback that I've gotten from the agents that I have this with is that they just freaking love it. Here's the thing. Here's the thing to remember about this. There's only one person you need to impress with this. Just one. And that's the seller of a listing you're trying to get, who is talking to more than one agent. That's the only person you need to impress with this. And I 100% guarantee you that it will impress them every single time. It's a listing conversion tool. It's not a lead gen thing, although it might generate a lead for you here or there. It's not that. It's being, having a little something extra than everybody else on a listing presentation, right? It's a competitive advantage is what it is on a listing presentation. So that's all I've got. Listen, if you want a copy of this presentation, you could email me. It's fgaray at SMP for Success Mortgage Partners, smprate.com. If you want me to give this presentation to your office or your team, just go to frankcall.com to have a call with me, frankcall.com to schedule time for me to get on the phone with you. We'll talk about it. We'll make it happen. If you want a free MoveTube account, with MoveTube, it's loan officer driven. So I would just tell your loan officer to go to movetube.ai. Movetube.ai is where you want your loan officer to go to get an account and get you in, right? If your loan officer's being stubborn or doesn't get it or isn't interested or whatever, you can jump in mine. No problem. Just call or text me at 707-695-6313, right? I'll get you into MoveTube without any trouble. No sweat. Especially if you have a listing presentation coming up soon where the seller might be interviewing more than one agent. You want that flyer in your listing presentation. Trust me, you want it there. And don't forget, you can go to the Behind the Agent podcast to see all those interviews with all those agents. It's behindtheagentpodcast.com. Behindtheagentpodcast.com. So with that, I'm done, and I'll see if I can find a way to unshare my screen here. Stop sharing. There you go. And I think I did it with pretty much perfect timing. Look at that.
Right on the dot. Right on the dot. Well done. Those
got it done.
Impressive. God, and those people that you're talking, those agents you're talking about, also extremely impressive.
Yeah.
That was awesome, Frank. Thanks for taking us home. I appreciate that.
Sure.
So I'm going to share my screen and kind of let people know how they can reach out to us if they want more information. But we're going to wrap this thing up. Frank, thank you so much. It's always great just hearing you talk. You have a cadence to how you speak that is engaging and helps me learn much faster. So I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. That's kind of you to say.
And can you tell Carl hi?
I will.
Yes, tell Carl hi. We've been in the same coaching program with Kevin. So I've
okay.
met him, and so I'm going, I wonder how many people did the Carl White thing.
A
where
lot.
You come in and I got it and I'm out. It's
Yeah.
like he comes to a conference, he hears one thing, that's what I came for, and I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only people I know that does that. I'm like, you're just not going to wait to. Nope. That's all I needed. I'm good.
Yeah. Bro, well, cool, man. Well, I appreciate being here. Thanks. Anytime. It's all good.
All right. We'll do it again soon, Frank.
Thank
you.
So I'm heading out. Okay.
Yep.
All right. And in case if you get any feedback from anybody, just, my email is fine, to reach out to me or call and text if they want to get on MoveTube or if they want to, want me to do this presentation for their office or team or whatever. Anything at all, they can reach out to me. It's no problem. Or frankcall.com. Okay? All right,
Perfect.
Cherie, such a pleasure. I'll tell Carl he said hi. Okay. Casey, always a pleasure. And for the rest of you guys, we'll see you later. Thanks.
All right. Bye.
Thanks, Frank. Yeah.
All right. So, It's been a day, bud.
Woo, man.
You exhausted? Did you have a good time?
I am. My introvert head is just like beaten, but love it though, because I mean, I like learning, so it's tough because I like to learn so much, and so I love all these, but leading it and working with you has been a lot easier. So thank you, Cherie. I appreciate you joining us and helping to put this on. If anyone is interested in reaching out to Cherie or I or me, here's our information down below. I host weekly LinkedIn AI workshops. And so if you wanted to join an upcoming workshop where we can kind of work through a specific use case that you're going through, I can help you out there. Reach out to me, casey@mylinksolution.com. I put down our profiles in there as well. So you can check those out, connect with me on LinkedIn, and as well as Cherie.
Yeah, and hey, Casey, Robin is asking really quick if you have it before we leave here today, if you can drop Frank's email into the chat, and I'm sure that others will more than likely want to have it also, since he added that in there, that they can reach out to him, and that would be awesome to do. And if you guys if you joined after Frank came on, I can date things, like I said before, back to 2017. He's been very consistent with what he does. If you even think about some of the things that he's doing, and it's like, some of you guys might have got some business ideas and some business thoughts and some profitability things that are going on there. I will tell you this, him and Carl do run a very successful business. Those of you all who are on, I see a couple of names on here that have been to Vegas and who have met Kevin Nations, but Frank and Carl and I were all sharing the same coach. How about that? And it's, notice, we're in two different fields, and that's business coaching, not just real estate coaching. So that's a challenge I'm going to have for you guys that are on this here, is to not just seek out someone in reference to real estate. You know, if you understand how to talk to, you've got your scripts and all of that other stuff, it's time to build your business after that. And it's time to treat it just as such. And so take a lot of this stuff in from the Jonathan, when Jonathan was talking to Jordan and how he's implementing it into his business now, from Casey and the different bots that he's using and how he's leveraging LinkedIn. And I didn't even know until Frank came on that Frank's been a long time customer and client of yours. Everything is connected. Everything is just connected. And it seems like once you reach a certain level in your career, all of us know each other. We've all done some of the same similar things. We're all connected. So I just wanted to say that part. And even what Frank is talking about, you know, all these different things, they all line up together. And I really do hope that you guys got a lot out of this. And if so, then reach out to Casey and let him know, give him a kudos and a thanks, because this was not something that he's even charging for. This was just a thought that came in his head, and he reached out, and I was like, that sounds amazing. Yes, do that. And so we need this type of leadership within our industry and in our community, where this is what I've been able to use. This is what I've done. I can bring a couple of people together. Hey, this person did this really well, and I talked to this one other guy that did this really well. Do you think we should just put something on for real estate agents and see if they could use it? Because I'm using it in my business. And I'm like, heck yeah, I'm using it in mine. So I'm sure that a lot of agents could use that. So you guys, if there's anything else you guys can think of, reach out to Casey. He doesn't want me to say it. He's such an introvert that I got him to do this for 5 hours. So reach out to him, and text and email is probably his comfort zone that's in there. And yeah, I'm just kind of putting you out there, buddy.
I mean, I appreciate it. You've done it before, and you're doing it again. So yeah, I like helping agents. So if you need some help with anything related to AI or automation or lead generation, demand generation, that's my jam.
Yep,
so
that's a jam. Oh, other thing. Those of you guys, I see Luco, I see Tyrone, I see a couple of you, I saw Tiana, I saw a few of you, Lauren, that are in there. FYI, if you guys aren't just reaching out to him in this way, you guys can DM him in the workplace app that's within Reel. So you can actually DM him straight there because he is a part of us right along with you. So you can connect to him there. All righty, Casey, anything else?
That's all I got. You know, that is my battery is on empty, so
You're gonna go run in a closet somewhere.
it's on 5%. No, I actually regenerate through doing more tech stuff. So that's
gotcha.
how I reinvigorate myself, is just keep on working on that. But yeah, I got nothing else.
All right. Thank you guys for joining. Please, our information is on the screen. Feel free to reach out. Feel free to connect. Make sure you're implementing this. You didn't come onto this call not to implement. So make sure you are implementing something as a takeaway that you're going to include in your business right now. Everything else that you heard, look at everything that you've taken from all these different sessions. What are you including in your business right now? One thing, the top thing that you want to include in your business, and implement. That way you're getting something out of the time that you are spending in order to improve yourself, in order to improve your business, and in order to improve your financial future, because that's what we're really doing this for. We're doing this so that it equals out to a dollar amount that we can build even more off of. Okay. Mahalo from me to you for joining. Mahalo to you, Casey, Eloise, everyone that's been on here, all of the speakers. Thank you guys so much. And we will keep in touch with when the next one is going to be, because I have some feeling that we're going to do this again. All right. So thank you guys. Expect an email from Casey just to thank you also. We appreciate you. Have a fantastic day and a very blessed and prosperous week. Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys.